The other one probably would have been the same way then, because it's not made for.
Right. It probably would have been, but my other chair, the one I normally sit in, it goes up higher. It really raises up.
Mhm.
But I put my feet flat on the floor. Legs are at a perfect 90-degree angle, so it's correct. I just feel short.
Maybe we need to get you like a 2x2 platform to put your chair on.
Probably. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to build a little platform.
Then he'll scoot around and fall off the platform, and we'll see.
Oh my God, could you imagine?
It's
Here,
gonna
let
be-
me show you something, and he wheels back and
Yeah.
Somebody call 911 in Vegas.
somewhere in
Actually,
Vegas.
better yet, call 911 in Reno. They might get there faster.
Right. Like the neighbors in the condo below me will be like, "What the hell's going on up there?"
I'll probably come check on you.
But yeah, I did order a hat jig to go with the screen press so I can print hats and a whole bunch of 1-gallon containers of Plastisol, all kinds of crap. Over $1,000.
Awesome. Yeah. Prime Day, man.
Yep.
What's the name of that camera again?
Do
UHD.
you want me to send the link to you?
Well, I can look it up on Amazon too. So
Well, okay, here. I just want to make sure that I send you the right one, because if it's not, you know how 30 things will pop up with one search.
Yes.
well, I don't know what you're searching, but
We don't talk about that.
yes, we do. It's Masticators Anonymous. We talk about everything.
Well, Prime Day is over, so I don't know how much more it'll be, but
I'm not overly concerned about that.
2021 Case Cube 2K Ultra HD webcam
Oh, that works.
is the search. It is a lot more than what I paid for it right now.
That's fine. Oh, I still got it on here for $39. And it's the same thing.
Okay. And mine has a 15% off coupon that you can add to it.
This one has a 20% coupon.
Good deal. Hey, it's better than nothing,
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, that works.
But it's the exact, I'm looking at it and it's got the one, yours is the case cam and then it's got one underneath it. It's the exact same damn camera, just a different brand.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh yeah, exactly.
That'll work. All right, I'm going to add that to the list for shit to get later.
So I was telling you.
If I find it, I'll let you know, because I'm good at that stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yes, you are.
Yes. So I told Laird before you come in, I was like, I've been sitting here creating artwork for freaking t-shirts all day. And I finally decided, I got a new t-shirt I got to create. It's a very simple concept. It's just a simple bird and it says sniff this. Very simple but effective.
Yeah.
Bird. Oh.
Well, yeah, there's just so much going on right now that it's like, I mean, I've not been on the other than to comment for a few minutes, and I've
talking about.
I've already been told a few things, and I'm telling you, I'm about to make my own live here soon and just air some stuff because I'm done.
Is it still stuff related to you, or just because I've seen some? There's
some stuff going on that I was drug into.
Oh,
yep. And I did something for somebody I thought was a friend, and they've been low key spreading it around, even though when I did it, I was told it was only going to Clapper. Mm-hmm. So
one of those.
It's gonna be one of those honesty hour. Now what situations?
Right.
Yeah, because Julie was showing me some stuff today. I guess there's a couple of creators going at it that used to be friends that are now frenemies or whatever, and they're starting to air each other's stuff and all that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, she was asking me, she goes, did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? I said, well, I know that there was an underlying simmer that was going on there for a while. So now I guess it's kind of come to the boiling point.
Oh, I don't know who you're talking about. Like I said, I haven't been on. A couple things were brought to my attention. If it's related, okay. If not, whatever. but
Right.
I'm just about to be like, this happened. Here's who was involved.
Uh-huh.
Like, there we're at. Whatever. That's why I have vodka, because I need it.
Vodka. Everything's cured with
Mm.
vodka.
Yeah, it's
But-
something kind of along those lines.
Mhm.
But it wouldn't be a thing if not for the other thing.
Right.
Okay, I get you.
Yeah.
One opens doors
So
to the other, to the other, to the other.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like in a weird roundabout way, everything is like related or correlated in some way. And it was back when I was having my moment of I've got to protect all my friends when I had an outing, not an outing, but a falling out with somebody
Mm-hmm.
that I have since fixed. But
Yeah,
shit's still
yeah.
circling. So.
Right.
Ugh.
Interesting. Yeah, thingies spur other thingies and domino effects.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's been over here, even the folks that have jumped over here, you've heard like and of course they're being cryptic, kind of like how we are right now.
Mm-hmm.
But you hear, I mean, I know I've heard other major creators from the other place that have jumped over here that have kind of mentioned, be like, oh yeah, I'm jumping over here now because that shit's really pissing me off. And some of those large creators are seriously talking about shutting everything down on the other side.
Right.
Yeah, it's a bummer.
But
yeah, it's a bummer, but it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Bottom line. I originally wasn't going to mention it, but I figure I'll mention it. So I finally heard back from Clapper on the whole ordeal.
Okay.
And basically the letter I got back, unlike everybody else, was a please don't go letter.
Yep.
For all intents and purposes, that's what it was. We want you to know we banned this person permanently from the platform, and please don't go. We treat everybody equally and fairly, and da 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 da. I was like, amazing. I kicked y'all's ass in gear, and all this started about 2 hours after I created the video that I created.
Wow.
And these messages and turn in and everything have been going for almost 2.5 weeks. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But yeah, but once again, that goes back to, so Lab, on the other side, you've got 80,000 followers.
Yep.
Of those 80,000 followers, even though, yes, there are creators out there that are much bigger in a lot of respects, but of those 80,000, a lot of those 80,000s are those much bigger creators who take interest in what it is that you do, what it is that you say, and you have respected word over there.
True.
And they don't say that they do, but they know exactly. I mean, they could pull up your stuff and see immediately who all is behind you and who you have influence over and all that kind of stuff, who's following who and all that. And
Right.
that to me has probably been the deciding factor, because of these factions that are breaking out, you've got a lot of people that are on both sides of each faction.
Right.
One reason or another.
Hey,
So-
Rhonda.
Howdy, Lynn, Rhonda Lynn in the house. Thank you for masticators. Yeah, I don't know why I have both sides of the fence there. It's almost like I'm dressed in black and white stripes or something, like I'm supposed to be the referee. I don't know how I got that role. I have no clue.
Yeah. It's been crazy. It's been interesting, but I think the other thing probably that went in your favor in the whole situation is your affiliation with the press.
Yep. Oh yeah.
You know
Oh,
what I
yeah.
mean? Like
Mhm.
it went on for so long behind the scenes, like it seemed almost like it was allowed. It was really hard to not feel like it was being allowed. You know what I mean? Because I feel like had I been the one to do some of those things, do you think my account would have been there the next day?
Oh hell no,
Probably not.
no.
Right. So
You
I
wouldn't
think that's what it took, was you saying that.
well, even some of these. I mean, when you see the reaction they've had to some of the larger folks that have jumped over here,
And
who
Mandy,
have aired and
hello.
said that, hey, Mandy, who have aired
Hey.
and said that, hey, yeah, I got a nasty gram from the area that shall not be named type shit, and they basically told me to fuck off, which is basically
Right.
what they're putting, and then they send Lab the please, 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 please. There's certain people that they don't. I mean, yeah, like I said, there's certain people that they don't want to piss off because, like I said, and I am a firm believer in this, and I will keep saying it until I'm either A, proven wrong through business identifications and stuff like that, or B, something major happens that, makes it so that it doesn't happen. But I am a firm, firm believer that the folks on the other side at the other place are just buying their time until they can sell their shit to Google,
Oh
because
yeah.
that is what they're waiting on, because there is a huge reason why Google is giving them such a pain in the ass about getting their app on the Google Play Store.
Right.
A few people got a nasty gram from them.
Yeah. See, a lot of people got nasty grams from them, Mandy. What I got after posting the video that I posted, and I know you saw it, was, and it took just a couple of days, but Clappers sent me the please don't go. And I got a funny feeling, again, I mean, they've had my full name and credit card information for the payouts and stuff, right? So I'm sure they ran my name and figured out, oh, gee, you are affiliated with the Associated Press and the United States Press Agency. Oh my God, this guy is for real. Like, and yeah, I'm not going to give the feds too long to take care of things, and I am going to put it out there. I will release it.
Mm-hmm.
Hello from Lynchburg.
But
Knowledge.
see, that's oh yeah, we're definitely staying over here, Mandy. There ain't no. I mean, this is a whole other ball game over here. These folks are a
Yeah,
lot
even
more
though some of those
professional.
trolls are over here now too.
Well,
I had
even
a moment all up in my feels about it, but I've blocked them. It is
Mhm.
what it is. Fuck them. Like, I'm
well, I mean,
moving forward.
you can't
So
stop. I mean, none of us can stop somebody from creating a new account, same account, whatever, on a different
exactly.
platform. There's nothing we can do about that.
And it took me a moment to get out of my feels to realize that. You know what I
But the
mean?
difference that I've noticed here, and I mean, hell, we most of us that have been in this room have, uh, we've been in the lives that Brophy has had, that we've been in the lives that Red has had, we've been in the lives that other people that have had that have jumped from the other place to here, and we've even heard them say and talk about all these different uh, how different it even feels,
Right.
And I pointed out. Because Lab and I, when we was doing our little post show yesterday on the show that got cut short because they were having issues, which was
Oh.
actually kind of cool because they put out there in a big message. It popped up on our screen. Hey, we're experiencing an outage,
Yeah.
which is something you
Hey,
never
at least they
get.
communicate. Like,
Well, we
I
had
can't say I've ever gotten that from any platform
the
or app
funny
I've ever
thing
been on.
The funny
Oh,
thing about that is Lab and I were looking at the Lab had just sent me not even 3 minutes before. He said, hey, man, it's either dead in here tonight or people are having an issue. You want to cut this short? And I was like, sure, no problem. We'll cut this short. Cause I mean, hell, I think we only had like 15 or 30 people
yeah.
watching us at the time.
Handful.
And so we had just put out there, hey, we're going to end the show because da 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 yada yada yada. And it wasn't 30 seconds after we ended the show that big orange thing popped up and said, hey, we're having an issue and it's all over North America. And we're just like, oh, well, that explains some shit.
Hey,
Yeah.
good on them. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I talked to one of the guys. I'd have to go back in and see, but I was talking about, podcasting, because I've mentioned it to a couple of my podcast friends now.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, what about streaming onto some of these platforms, specifically like to podcasting and stuff like that?
Mm-hmm.
Because some of them you can do the visual. And they were
Yeah.
like, that's a great idea. So I love how open and accepting to new ideas they are.
Yeah.
I say that with a little hesitancy though, because I really, really kind of err on the side of caution bringing my personal life,
Oh,
right?
absolutely. especially
over
some of the
onto
stuff you've
here.
been through lately. I mean,
Exactly. And people have believed some of the rumors about me without even coming to me to talk to me. And some of them are atrocious. I find out these new things about myself every single day. I'm a pretty interesting and fucked up person, let me tell you. Like,
well, I mean, why do you think we have you on this show?
I know, right?
I mean,
there's got to be some truth behind it.
if you were boring, we wouldn't want you.
I just feel like those people, especially since a few have come over here, just with the whatever motive or vendetta they have, are you going to try to infiltrate my personal life? Like
Right.
by attacking
I think
personal friends or family members? Like,
from what I've gathered already, and I mean, I've done off the page research, I guess you could call it, of like Mark and some of these guys that are running this app, and
mhm,
like I was telling last night, we're dealing with folks that have been doing this, meaning involved in some way, shape, or form. Not this, meaning the whole HAPS thing, but they've been involved with like entertainment, news, the whole nine. I mean,
so
one
they
of these
get
guys
it.
worked for CNN, one of these guys worked for Disney Entertainment. Hell, one of them worked at NASA for a period of time. So, I mean, we're not, and this is literal with the other app. We're talking about folks that have been doing this for a while, who are professional, who know the industry, who know how this game works, versus on
Mhm.
Mhm.
the other side, those folks literally graduated college and said, "Hey, it would be cool to have an app," and they have
That's
no fucking clue
awesome.
outside of that.
Right.
So
Right.
that's
I
to
just
me
my
is
friends have a
already the
huge
noticeable difference.
podcast. They have a huge following. They my internet connection is unstable. Am I cutting out?
No,
No,
you're
you're doing fine for now.
Okay, now it's good. I'm telling you, I'm gonna burn this modem to the ground.
see, I get that
We
message
have
too, and so does
CenturyLink
Lab.
coming out. We're
Yeah.
gonna have 2 internet providers simultaneously because we're sick and tired of this Xfinity crap that we're
Right.
going through. Um, but because they
Hey,
have
Well,
such a
nobody's
huge
training.
following, I don't want whatever happened on the other that could be trickling over here to go at them and their following. I
right.
don't know that I could feel okay
Right.
with something happening to them because of me, I guess. You know?
Right.
Well, I'd say if you're doing it through this, everything that I just said, I think if you're doing it through this, that it's not going to be as big of an issue. I mean,
No.
Yeah.
first of all, if you go through, I mean, when you sign up over here, one thing that I noticed is you've got the sign up and then it has a whole section on journalism and stuff like that.
Yes.
And it flat out says, so I mean, as far as the conspiracy theories and all that kind of crap that you get on the other side,
Yeah.
you can't do that shit over here
Yeah,
because
Lab,
they're
did
going
you
to ask
have a
for your
video pulled today?
I do. I have since we opened. We're on the subject of
Sorry.
journalism,
I'm
and
so
that
sorry,
is
Laird. I had to address that. I tried to click on his recording earlier because it showed up in my phone's feed and it says, "This video has been removed." And I was like, "Oh shit, you got a no-no already."
no. I didn't get a no. I got rid of it and decided to wait till tonight to do it. So
Mm.
I'm gonna do. So I'm doing a revamp. But speaking of, we're on the subject of journalism, and we started this
Oh, my ADD,
whole
sorry, dude.
thing with stupidity. So I am going to pop the logo, and then I'm going to pop the video here, and I'm going to play the video. So let's look at ultimate stupidity.
I saw this. So yeah, Mandy, he'll put the
Mhm.
context into it here in just a minute.
Yeah.
Because when you just watching the video, you don't really understand what's going on.
All right.
There
So no, the girl was not naked. She had one of those tops that ties behind the head. Okay. So have y'all heard this story yet or know about this story yet?
I was reading about it a little bit, and it was because your video, it did stick to YouTube. So
Right.
I went and I looked into it.
Well,
Okay,
I've been researching that other one we were talking about earlier today quite a bit.
So. Oh yeah, I can't wait to talk about that one. I'm ready.
So yeah, we'll get on that one. So, at any rate, this was on Juneteenth. Okay. And needless to say, Megan Little in the house. So this was on Juneteenth, and apparently there had been a rival gang shooting. This is all according to Fox News, and I have verified the whole story, just so everybody knows. That's why I bothered to pop my logo up on the screen for the USPA. So, at any rate, the people here doing the celebration decided to crawl all over the ambulance and basically hold things up.
And this was while they were trying to be en route with the gunshot victims to the hospitals.
Well, they're loading them there into the back of the ambulance, right?
They were preventing them from moving, basically.
Correct.
With these gunshot victims.
Yes. And it took a couple of other people to actually lead the ambulance through the crowd. Now, I think one of the reasons why I've got and it took a couple of other people to actually lead the ambulance through the crowd. Now, I think one of the reasons why I've got
be en route with the gunshot victims to the hospitals.
Well, they're loading them there into the back of the ambulance, right?
They were preventing them from moving, basically.
Correct.
With these gunshot victims.
Yes. And it took a couple of other people to actually lead the ambulance through the crowd. Now, I think the ambulance
with
a couple
prevent gunshot.
Correct.
The gunshot victims.
A couple of other I've got
they were
out a couple of
to the hospitals.
Well, they're loading them there, and I've got
they were
loading them there into the back
with
of the ambulance, right?
They were preventing
the ambulance. Yes, other
victims
actually lead the ambulance through the there into the back of the ambulance, right?
They were preventing them from moving, basically.
Correct.
With these gunshot victims.
Yes, and it
they were basically moving them from with they were.
I think one of the reasons why I've got
be en route with the gunshot victims to the hospitals.
Well, they're loading them there. They're loading them there into the back of the ambulance, right?
They were preventing them.
One of the reasons of other actually lead the
gunshot of the moving route the gunshot victims. The hospital
to actually lead the ambulance
in the gunshot out with from basically.
Correct.
With these gunshot victims.
Yes, and it took a couple of other people to actually lead the ambulance through the crowd. Now, I think one of the reasons why I've got
be en route with the gunshot victims to the hospitals.
Well, they're loading them there into the back of the crowd. Through
the gun
reasons why the ambulance, right?
They were preventing them from moving, basically.
Correct.
With these gunshot victims.
Yes, and it took a couple of other people. That's correct. Loading them
route
there into the back.
Prevent
why people to actually lead the ambulance through the crowd. Now, I think one of the reasons why I've got
be en route with the gunshot victims to the hospitals.
Well, they're got a couple to actually lead the ambulance.
The gunshot
got people there into the other people.
Victims be to the hospital.
So loading them, yes, and they're now crowd. They're loading to actually lead the ambulance through. Took a couple of
with these gunshots.
Actually,
victims to the
took a victim crowd and
to the hospitals.
Well, they're loading them there into the back of the ambulance. I've got
moving basically.
Correct. And Loading them, the ambulance there through the crowd. A couple got so reason and
with one shot from with these gunshot victims moving
the crowd. The ambulance crowd loading to the back
to the homes
and into one of the reasons to actually lead the ambulance through the crowd
to the hospital.
Other people. One of the reasons why I've got so
be in
they're low into the back into the back of the ambulance people to actually lead the ambulance through the crowd.
They were
yes, they're into the one of the reasons and reasons
these them
through the I took yes lead
with the
one of the
basically
correct
prevent the gunshot prevent en route victims
yes
to the hospital.
Lead the ambulance through the crowd. Now I think one of the reasons why I've got so
be en route with the gunshot victims to the hospitals.
They're loading them there into the back of the ambulance, right?
They were preventing them from moving basically.
Correct.
With these gunshot victims.
Yes, and it took a couple of other people to actually lead the ambulance through, right? Reasons why lead the ambulance through the crowd. Now I think
the hospital from the hospital gunshot victims
to act
gunshot preventing them from move
out
shot victim out
reasonable
be in gunshot
they're lower
they
lead the ambulance
moving.
I think one of the reasons
victims
I think ambulance through the crowd
victims.
Yes, and it took a couple of other people to actually lead the ambulance through the crowd. Now I think one of the reasons why I've got yes, and it took a right ambulance through the crowd. Now I think one of the reasons why I now the ambulance and it
en route
I think now I think one of
the gunshot victims to the hospitals.
They're loading them there into the back of the ambulance, right?
They were preventing them from moving basically.
Correct.
With these gunshot victims.
Yes, and it took a couple of other people to actually lead the ambulance out. I think one of the people
with they were
they're into the correct. They're into the yes, and it took a couple of other people to actually lead the ambulance. I think one of the reasons why one of the reasons why I've got they're loading them there into the back of the ambulance.
Victim
through the crowd. Now I think one of the and it through the
we're preventing out
to actually
route with these gunshot hospitals victims.
Correct. I think one of the
gunshot
people I've got so to act there into the reasons why I've and people of crowd and it took a
with the
other people to actually lead the ambulance through the crowd. Now I think one of the reasons why I've got so
be en route with the gunshot victims to the hospitals.
They're loading them there into the back of the ambulance, right?
They were
one of the reasons
gunshot victims.
Simple crowd through
the gunshot.
I think one of the reasons why I've got so
be in basic.
Yes,
preventing.
I think one of the reasons why
victim
other
with we walk around and he isn't covering around him.
Right.
You know, people will back away from him, and he's like the nicest guy ever. Like,
Right. I got to address this real fast. The one on YouTube, our stream is perfect on this end. It's got to be YouTube or your internet. I
Yeah,
don't know what to say on that.
because I haven't been able to jump over to YouTube, but I mean, I got
can pull it
Facebook
up
and
and
some other
look.
ones. Yeah, if you want to check the YouTube feed, one of you. I'm looking at Facebook. Facebook's coming in fine, so it's got to be something with the YouTube feed.
I haven't looked at Facebook or any of the other feeds as of yet, but it's fine over here, and it could be that person's internet. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
I think Shady said she saw it though too. So
yeah, that was who I replied to her on that one. But
okay, let's see.
Yeah, Mandy says YouTube has a little lag, nothing major. So there we go.
Well, I know that perception that, I mean, because, you know, I'm bald, obviously. Well, not so much today because I haven't shaved my head, but I usually shave my head and I've got the beard and all that kind of stuff. And even before then, I mean, I have shaved my head since I was 19 years old. Why? Military. I was in the military. It was a hell of a lot easier just to shave your head than to deal with having to go to the barber every freaking 2 days in my case, because my hair grows really fast.
Right.
So, you know, I've had people for years tell me, you know,
YouTube's good on my end, guys. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh no, that's fine. But anyways, like I was saying, I mean, I've had people for years say that I look intimidating. Folks, I am 5'6". You know, yes, I'm a little heavier and stockier than most guys my size, always have been. But if you think that I'm intimidating, you got a fucking problem. Right. Just flat out. I mean, most women look down upon me and physically. I mean, just because it's like, you know, they're 5'9" and I'm 5'6", because that's just how it is. But I mean, it's amazing how that perception though has been built over the years, because if you look back to when, you know, and my mom, who's 70 years old, she has a huge issue with me shaving my head. And, you know, what it usually goes back to is when she was younger, the only people that shaved their heads were, in fact, skinheads.
Right.
So,
but we need to get our minds out of that 1920s, 30s, 40s mindset. Like, yeah, so, we're not in that anymore.
Right.
Now,
quick,
okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, quick question. Who's broadcasting to Clapper?
I'm not broadcasting on Clapper. I've just got.
I was about to say, neither am I. Megan was saying that just so you know, the Clapper Live is locked like it's private.
Yeah, I did the same thing that I do on our dual DJs. I start a live, put in there, go to your other places if you want to see this, and then I lock it immediately.
Gotcha.
So that we ain't got to deal with it. So,
okay.
Am I technically? Yeah. But am I doing it? No. I mean, it's just for those who haven't crossed over or haven't found us yet. That way they can pull it up and go, oh, it says it's on other social media, and they can jump over to where they need to go.
Okay, gotcha. I just saw that and I'm like, wait, who's going to Clapper? Because it ain't me.
Right.
The one that shall not be named. Yeah, like I said, I'm just doing the same thing I do on our dual DJs. I've got a title that says this is where we're at. Go there, and it's a locked room, and I'm the only one in it. So,
good job.
And like I said, that's just so that people start getting used to going elsewhere to find us. Right. Okay, Knowledge says YouTube looks good on his end, but to get back to what I was saying real quick, you know, so like I said, I mean, that is my mother's perception on, you know, the short haircuts. Now, and my kids, because my boys, I mean, hell, they're boys, you know, I buzz their head probably about every 2 or 3 months. We'll buzz it down, put it on like a 2 or a 3 or whatever. My mom hates it because she still associates that with the way it was when she was. She's like, oh, that's what these people used to do, and da da da.
You gotta take care of kids' hair, though. My God, I'm telling you, I want to shave Justin's daughter's head all the time. It's like it looks like a rat's nest. Like you try to get a brush or a comb through that now, it's gonna hurt. Yeah, it hurts. You don't even use conditioner. Like do I have to teach you how to properly bathe? Like you know, it's I don't know. It's hard.
Well, yeah, I mean, when I was growing up as a kid, you know, guys, you know, you could only part your hair on the right-hand side.
Mm-hmm.
If you parted down the middle, it was an indication that you do pot, you know, things like that. There was all kinds of little things back then in the 60s and 70s. And of course, growing up, my parents were like, oh, hell no.
Well, now if you part on the side as a woman, it means that you're old. And I'm like, I tried to part my hair down the middle, and I have these things called cowlicks, and it just doesn't work out so well for me. Like, I have to do a little bit off to the side. You know what? Call me old. F it. Whatever. I feel it half the time anymore. So,
Yeah.
God, kids, man.
Oh, my Lord.
CD
So-
player in my car, and the 16-year-old was like, "Oh, your car's old," and I was like, it's a 2016. Well, those new cars have Bluetooth. I go, it has Bluetooth, motherfucker. Like, what the?
Yeah.
Like, what? Like, no, we have to get places with our feet.
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
it was so weird.
Yeah, knowledge. Trust me, there was all kinds of weird little things back in the day. When the Maud Flanders were living at every single house in your neighborhood. Oh, what about the children? Oh my God!
Oh my God! Today they're called Karens, but
yeah, today they're called Karens, but they were Maud Flanders back then. Yeah. So I got what was the video? I have specifically not watched it. Very specifically, I was like waiting and holding out. What is that video you want to talk about? We're going to talk about that in just a minute. I'm going to play a sponsor, and then I know Laird's going to play a sponsor. You guys don't go away. We'll be right back. For years, our country has been seeking a reliable resource for our veterans. At continuethemission.net, we are that resource, consisting of over 640 thoroughly vetted resources in several different categories. Continue the Mission has the information you need. At Continue the Mission, we are taking our mission one step further and producing a handbook for everyone titled Continue the Mission, We the People Handbook, being released Wednesday, June 23rd, 2021. Author and founder Greg C. Cummings gives insights into topics such as the United States Constitution and government, forming and maintaining constitutional groups and parties, reparations, and homesteading. The list goes on and on. You can purchase your copy of Continue the Mission, We the People's Handbook on the website at continuethemission.net, as well as other reputable retailers such as Barnes & Noble and Amazon. Once again, this book will be available for purchase Wednesday, June 23rd, 2021.
Sermo, spelled CRMO, is a rare bone disease affecting children and adults. Due to its rarity, there is little research, no cure, and little is known as to what causes Sermo. In its most severe form, Sermo can be disabling in areas like the knees, spine, and collarbone. Many parents struggle with expensive medical bills because a lot of treatments are not FDA approved and most are experimental. But you can help by visiting crmofoundation.org. That's sermofoundation.org. Or Kyla's Comfort, KAILASKOMFORT.org to donate or learn more about Sermo. All right, folks, and welcome back to Masticators Anonymous. That was a word from our sponsors. Make sure you visit those websites and check out what it is that they're talking about. All right, folks, I'm just sitting here going through some of these, and knowledge in there saying this has been very educational. Yeah, you'd be amazed at some of the things that you learn about people from different backgrounds and everything if you just sit and listen. I mean, I love that. Ice changing masticators. Well, yes, of course, here on Masticators Anonymous, we're going to be chewing on something, whether it be ice or anything else of that nature. But I just caught my eye, so I was like, oh yeah. But yeah, I mean, when you sit down and you really talk to people, or you sit there and you hash out different. No, Richard's in there. Richard's in the background.
Richard's chilling. See, Richard.
Little Richard.
Little Richard. I thought about putting sunglasses on him. I mean, maybe get a little necktie.
Yeah, no chewing on Richards. That's bad. If you're chewing on a Richard, yeah.
I'm not gonna chew on Richard.
No, don't chew on Richard. Don't. That would be very bad to chew on, Richard.
All right.
A little fuzz on his face. I had to pull the fuzz off of his face.
Well, sometimes when Richard's been away for quite a while, sometimes you got to make sure that Richard doesn't have fuzz before you do things with Richard.
Right?
I am waiting on my Richard.
Yo, it'll be there.
It will sit in my lap, smiling happily.
We'll all have Richards.
And I will reminisce about what I once had.
Oh, stop. The dogs must have gone out. Oh, man.
No chewing on Richards. Well, no, you're not supposed to chew a Richard. You're supposed to treat it politely.
So, knowledge the Richard thing, if you look over Rianne's shoulder there, you'll see that little, for lack of a better term, it's a little Richard pillow. So we got little Richard right there. And,
and he's,
I don't want to play the song.
Blushing.
So whenever you hear us refer to Richard there, knowledge, that's who we're referring to. We're referring to Richard.
He's like, there's like 3 and like a third of us, or, maybe an eighth of us. And that Richard makes up that eighth. And he likes to hang out sometimes during our broadcasts.
Yeah, that's...
Megan says that he's blushing.
I technically bought it for my boyfriend for his 40th, but here it is in my office.
She couldn't let the Richard go.
I know.
She's like, no, this is now my Richard.
Oh my gosh, you guys don't understand. I never did make the full video of him opening all of his gifts, but one of the items was a door knocker. Did you guys ever see the video of all the stuff that I was getting it in the mail?
Definitely
don't remember that one.
Oh my god, I'll see if I can find it to show it to you. But it's a man basically with his hands behind his head and his legs. He's got him like he's squatted, and it's big balls. Balls are the door knocker part. Like and he's got it on his office door.
That's one of those where I'd be like, you have to knock to enter.
Right.
There would be no getting around that.
He wanted to put it on the side door where the Amazon deliveries come. And I was like,
that would have been awesome.
I was like, we could get another one.
Oh my god.
It's the best.
Oh man, that would definitely. I can only imagine being that Amazon driver would want to open every single package that ever showed up.
Well, maybe I don't know. I'm a little bit pissed at my Amazon drivers right now because we keep finding our packages in the middle of the front yard.
What the hell?
Like they're tossing them from the gate. Like we have the front gate. We have the front gate zip tied because the dogs figured out how to unlatch it. Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But we have a driveway and a side entry point, right?
Uh-huh.
And that's where most of the other delivery drivers drop our shit. But these guys come and they like wiggle the gate. They can't get through and they go, and just toss it.
Damn Amazon drive. You know what? Shit. I just need to make you a big old sign that you put on the gate if they drop the package.
I've wanted to make a sign a few times, and Justin's like, no, I like this because I just take a picture every time and I send it to Amazon and they give me a $10 credit. Like,
there you go.
It's very business sound.
I guess, but still, to me, it's frustrating because if it's in the middle of the rain,
oh yeah,
right? Like, come on, I got 4 bigger dogs that half my yard is green, the other half looks like the desert because of them running around in circles in it. You know, they've re-landscaped that whole side of the yard for us.
Right.
And that's the side it usually ends up in.
So the one and only time that I had a problem with an Amazon driver, it happened 2 days in a row. 2 days in a freaking row. So the first day it says, I think it came back, door or whatever inaccessible. And I'm like, what the hell do you mean? Inaccessible my ass. So the very next day, it's out for delivery again. And I'm like, all right, this time I'm going to keep an eye. So, they eventually give you the little map
Oh, yeah,
next
you're how
couple of
many stops away?
right?
Yeah.
So I get out on my patio and I get my phone to going. And eventually I'm watching it. It's like, you're in the next stop. Okay, cool. Where am I at? I hit the record button on the video thing. And she pulls up in the lower parking lot. She could have pulled up in the upper parking lot. It wouldn't have mattered. But either way, and she gets out of the truck and she's like, I don't know, 300 and some odd pounds, I'm guessing. And it's like she probably didn't remember the address from the day before. So she gets up and she sees that I have stairs and she dead stops. And she shakes her head and then she's keying something in on the pad. And as she starts to leave, I screamed at her. I says, whoa. She turned around and I said, you're on video. This is going to your supervisors and I hope you're fired, because it was popping up on my end as front door inaccessible. I said, you can walk your ass up the stairs and deliver that now. She said it on the stairs. Well, since I'm fired anyway, and she left. And I was like, good, because I'm sending this over. And needless to say, never saw her in this neighborhood again.
We've had the customer did not come to door or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like one of us is home at any given time because our stinking state has been, basically locked down this entire time. So where are we going?
Please tell us more about Oregon and how you love it there.
I fuck Oregon, but so somebody's here at any given time. Very seldom are we all gone. And I got the notification once, and I was like, "What the hell do they mean? Nobody was home or nobody came to the door." So I check our security footage because I can go back and look at my cameras. They didn't even come on my street.
Jesus.
So the next day, kind of the same thing as you, Lab. I'm standing out on my front porch. It says you're like the next or 2 stops away, whatever. I've got another neighbor down the road that orders a lot of stuff too. And I see them drive by my street because I'm the second house in on my street, right? Like,
right.
I just see them drive by. And then a couple seconds later, notification on my phone, unable to deliver. I was like, what the actual fuck? Like, I was about to get in my car and drive after him. Like,
now,
maybe if you tried.
I've noticed our actual Amazon drivers, the ones who actually work for Amazon, ours are actually pretty good in this area. I mean, even if we got the dogs out, because we got 2 big lab pit mixes out there, they'll even they'll be like, hey, we left the package on the car or something like that. I'll get the message, hey, we left the package next to the car or something like that. The only time we get the we cannot deliver thing is if it is shipped through USPS. If the post office gets it, they ain't delivering shit to our front door ever. Wow. I mean, that's just because we've got one of those community boxes where it's got little package things and all that kind of stuff. But if they got to drive down the street to deliver it, they'll never do it. If it don't fit in that little package thing, they'll just say, oh, nope, can't deliver it.
Our guy has to walk to every single house because every house has the box either on their fence or up next to their door. And then if there's a package, he'll come down after he's done the footwork, right. But wow, even when we used to have the community boxes, they'd put a little slip in our box. They wouldn't bring it to our door. You're right. But they put a little slip in our box that we had to go pick it up at the post office.
See, our community box has, because there's like 7 or 8 of them. Okay. And they've got like this large parcel thing. So if you have a package and it fits in that parcel thing, then they'll just leave the key, the customer key, if you will, in your mailbox, and then you'd undo it and all that kind of stuff. But if it's like a large package, like say a chair or something like that, USPS ain't bringing it to our door. And that's not just, it's the whole neighborhood. They won't do it. So,
see, I don't have a problem with the USPS. I don't have a problem with UPS. The one I have a major problem with is freaking FedEx.
And I don't have a problem with USPS or FedEx. It's Amazon lately, and we've had a couple issues with UPS, but I squashed those pretty quick because my brother-in-law works for them. So,
yeah. Like I said, our Amazon, and maybe it's just a selection of Amazon folks, because I mean we've got like 4 warehouses right around where we're at,
right?
And hell, I've even had Amazon when it's been raining. I'll get my package inside a trash bag, a clear trash bag, so that it doesn't get wet.
Right.
So, I mean, once again, it may just be differences in who's working where and the areas and all that.
Gotta be regional or something. I'm not sure. Also, a family member of mine is very high up in the USPS union over here. So maybe that's why they don't fuck with my house. I don't know.
Yeah.
But that's how I was able to get certain information.
You've got a little star next to your name.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
That's definitely how I was
The
able to
only
handle
thing-
other situations. Yeah.
Since we
Yeah.
are talking about like postal work and all that kind of stuff, and I think I already sent the picture to you guys, but one of the things that I have found kind of interesting is, so in our little in our mailbox, it has, you know, like the last name and it has the number on it so that the mail guy or gal or whoever's delivering the mail that day can see what the name is and all that stuff on it.
Yeah.
About 3 weeks ago, I noticed that above my real name, they have now written Laird because I get so much crap that says
I
the
saw
Laird on it.
that.
They now,
I saw that.
put Laird on there so that if they get anything that is addressed to the Laird or Laird, they know where it goes. And it's handwritten on there.
Oh, I'm gonna start sending a whole bunch of letters that say brother husband.
Oh my
Brother
gosh.
husband, Laird, whatever your first name is. Like, how many freaking personas do you have?
Oh man.
That one might make them go,
Well, my mail guy, he knows if it says KLAB, it comes to me.
Yeah.
Now and that's the guy we've had here for years, but now we didn't have him for almost one full year. And prior to him coming back, which everybody in my condo community was happy for, right? I will go down to my mailbox one day and it's, you got a package. And I'm like, not expecting any packages today. What the hell is this? So I open it up and I pull it out and I look and I'm like, doesn't identify itself as per se, but I'm like, okay, I'll get it upstairs. I'll figure it out. Maybe my roommate, maybe he ordered something. So I get it back up here, and I go to looking and it's got a completely different address on it. And the address is on Pebble Road. And I'm like, this is Silverado Ranch. What the hell? So I go to looking up the address. Get this, y'all. The address listed was the post office itself. And for whatever the freaking reason, with no other indicators, they decided this needed to go on the truck to this condo community and be delivered to my happy rear end. So I open it up.
I got to hear what's in it.
Blush, lipstick, makeup, etc. So
you opened it?
I did open it. I wanted to figure out, what the hell is this?
He did not do this. He did not. Nope.
Why would they deliver this to me? So I took a peek, right? So I called the post office and I'm like, guys, you guys delivered it over here. And they're like, well, it was delivered to us. They looked it up and they're like, well, it's kind of like lost mail and your mail carrier just decided you needed this. And I'm like, the contents are makeup, blush, etc., etc. Do you not hear the bass in my voice? And the guy on the other end was like, well, would you like to get a sex change? And I'm like, no. Right? So he's like, well, just toss it out because it's lost. It was literally addressed to our post office. I said, yes, I can see that.
Be like, hell no, I need some blush.
So I give it to my neighbor who just my neighbor directly across from me, who happens to be a hair and makeup artist for a lot of the models and music videos that are filmed here in Las Vegas. I'm like, here, you can get use out of this. I cannot. But the post office did not want it back.
Wish.com will let you keep things though.
Oh,
if
yeah.
they come to you.
Yeah.
And they shouldn't. Except for people order the weirdest shit on wish.com.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And one of them came to my house, not addressed to anybody in our house.
What was it?
Yeah, I want to hear this.
It was a little flashy cock ring. And I looked at it and I was like, are you sure did you order this? And he was like, no. Did you? I was like, no. So I reach out to Wish, and they're like, "Oh, well, whatever it is, it would actually be more expensive for you to send it back to us because they don't do a return thing on
Right.
it, right?" And I was just like, "Oh, so I get to keep it? It's all mine forever and ever?" Like,
I have so many
God.
uses for this around. I like how it's flashy.
Sweet.
Flashy
It
so you can find it.
you flip the little switch on it, and it lit up like red and green and yellow, and like I was like, "What the?" Whatever.
Oh,
I
shit.
should have held on to it. We could put it on Richard, but hindsight's 2020,
Right.
Can you imagine?
Oh,
Let me get a
shit.
collar for him or something that lights up.
Oh,
dear
Them,
Lord.
spiky dog collars that lights up. I've seen those.
Right? It's too funny.
oh man.
Funny story though to Miss Lady Laird, or her sister wife. I ordered one of those once upon a time, when I was single, living on my own, and it came not very well wrapped, and the mailman was very attractive. Well, let me tell you. And it was one of those really, really fancy. It's called the Rabbit.
Oh, I know
don't
what
know
you're
if
talking about.
it's got the little tickler part on it. It was not a very cheap thing, but you would think with how much money I spent on it, right? It would have been maybe wrapped up a little bit more discreetly.
Right.
Yes, lady, I ordered it through Amazon. And I've been flirting with this guy here and there, super cute postman, whatever. I was renting, it was a detached garage. It was a 1-bedroom apartment above, right? And I was able to park my car in the garage, and I had a washer and dryer in the garage. So I'm in the garage doing my laundry, and I hear him, and I know this thing is coming, and I'm really excited, right? Because I broke my last one. And all I hear is, "Dude, this
I wanna
chick
hear that
ordered a
story, too.
dildo." And I was like, "Oh my God." And he's like, "No, dude, bro, I'm holding it right now. This chick ordered a dildo." He's on a phone call explaining to his friend that right, cute chick upstairs, he keeps saying, ordered a dildo, and he gets to put it in my box. I wanted to die. It was so bad, but it gets worse. Okay.
Boy, oh boy.
You didn't
this
open the
same
door and go, "You
dildo-
think I'm cute?"
this same dildo, maybe a year and a half later, 2 years later, I'm moving in with a boyfriend, and he's over at my place helping me move. And this thing had served its purpose, whatever, it's done. But he was coming over to help me, so I shoved it as far into the garbage can as I could get it. And he pulls the bag out of the trash. He's like, "Here, I'll take the garbage out for you." And it shoots out the side, just flopping out the side of the bag.
Oh my God.
And he's like, "I'm not going to ask you if this is yours, because clearly, like, why are you getting rid of it?" I was like, "Because the tickler broke." I'm so red right now. I bet, like, I don't get red very often, but it was just like, that dildo got me twice, man. Like, I'm sorry, it wasn't even a dildo, it was a vibrator, but still, like, it was that fucker. It came in like a wrecking ball, and it left like one too. Like,
I gotta admit, if I was the delivery guy, I'd have been doing the same thing he was doing. I'd have called my friend. I've been like, "Oh, this girl upstairs is getting a vibrator."
That's what bro, the chick, the cute chick. Yeah, dude, she ordered a vibrator, like, or a dildo or whatever, and I'm just in my garage, like, trying to put stuff in the like wash or the dryer, like frozen, like, in fear. Don't make a sound, he'll know where you're at. Like,
You should have answered the door and just been like, "So you think I'm cute, huh?"
Yeah, I did. Want to come inside?
Well, yeah, he wants to come inside. That was the whole point of the
I
vibrator.
know. He was like really excited he got to put it in my box. Oh my God. It was bad. It was so bad. But the reason it was embarrassing about that ex-boyfriend is he was like so anti toys and everything. So I was trying to like not let it be a known thing, you know?
Right.
And here it was like, here I come to ruin your day. Like it was bad.
Well, Megan's toy when there's a boy available. Well, if the boy don't have a Weed Whacker 5000, you just might want a toy.
Yeah. This is true.
Yeah, so that's another one of my funny. Yeah, Rianne did that. Thanks.
See, one of the benefits that I have with Julie working at Amazon is she tells me the stories of the weird shit that people order and the stuff that they have on the shelves just readily available. Okay. So one day she comes home and she goes, "Oh my God." She goes, "Did you know that they had adult coloring books out there that is nothing but like these little dicks and shit like that for adults to color? And it's got like a dick riding a unicorn, shit like
I
that."
may or may not have gotten one of those for Justin for his 40th. It was 40 gifts for 40. I got him the inappropriate adult coloring book and the inappropriate adult crayons.
Yep.
Oh my God.
So we had a guy that was leaving where I work at now, older gentleman, like 3 times divorced, freaking still thinks he's Rico Suave in his 60s type thing, and he was leaving to go basically retire for the second time. And I got him the book and it was called The Adventures of Little Dick. And I gave that shit to him as a prank gift, right? And I put it in a big ass box. He had to open it in front of everybody, the whole freaking nine, right? So he's opening this box and he pulls out. I got the picture and I'll send it to you guys one of these days. But he opens the box and his eyes just go, and nobody else could see it yet, right? And his eyes just get real big and everybody's like, well, let us see what he get you, and he turns around and it's this fucking, it says, the new adventures of Little Dick, and it's this little chode like what you got back there behind you,
my friend Richard,
sitting on top of a fucking unicorn with little pink stars and shit shooting off the back of it, and the unicorn's like
did he have like a sword aimed like forward, like
No. But the fucking, it was all rainbows and shit. And then you open the coloring book and it has like little Dick go to the bank. It's got this little dick walking in the bank.
I love stuff like that though. I love like prank gifts and stuff. I got an ex in a lot of trouble. I sent him a blow up doll when he was stationed in Afghanistan. Like, and it was not like a fleshlight. It was supposed to look kind of like it was like a Play-Doh canister or something, right? But it had, a place to insert, and then these little wipes called Come Clean. Right? And I guess he got into a lot of trouble. Like, I had no idea. I thought it'd be funny.
I found it very funny.
I was like, well, because I'm not there with you. Here you go. Not realizing his commanding officers and stuff like that searched the mail and he was going to get in trouble. And I guarantee you, I told him, I was like, I bet you those fuckers kept it for themselves.
Probably.
Like, you didn't get it, but it got used.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You'll find it in a dumpster somewhere.
Be like, why does this look familiar?
Oh my God. It was so funny.
Well, years ago, when I worked maintenance up at Reno, I worked in an apartment complex up there. And myself and my boss had gone to replace a water heater at this young lady's apartment. Now, the young lady was a stripper. Okay. So we'll just say that. And we go there, we knock on the door.
She was a dancer.
Yeah. Stripper, definitely. I don't even know if she danced, but I know she
Things
stripped.
were not coming. Things were not staying on. We'll just establish that.
So yes, things were not staying on. So we knock on the door and she answers the door in the bathrobe and she's got this cute little dog, that runs around the house as well. So we go out on the patio and this is the old gas system. So, we got to disconnect the gas line, redo the electric lines, because now everything's going electric over there. Okay. So my boss, Russ, is inside the water heater closet and he's doing the disconnect and the pull out, and I'm going to do the reconnect and the electrical wiring and all that. Okay. So I'm back there. I'm out there on the patio. Yeah. So he's down on all fours and he's working with the gas line. We got it turned off outside, and he's getting everything disconnected. She comes out on the patio. Now, here comes some of the funniest shit you will ever hear in your life. Now, she's got her bathrobe on, and the little dog is down at her feet, and I'm just in front of her, but off to the side. Okay. Now, Russ, he's bent down on all four, and he's got his tool belt on, and the end of his hammer is pointed outwards. Now, she bends over, and that robe comes up enough that I can see she is not wearing a damn thing up underneath there.
Hey.
Here's Russ working with that water heater, now yanking on the lines, and he's kind of got his ass moving back and forth. She's
Words,
right behind
these
him.
words.
I'm watching this the rear end of this hammer get closer and closer. And I'm like, oh dear God, how do I put this, Russ? I'm like I want to tell him, but I also don't want to embarrass her. And then I'm thinking, oh shit, if I say something, well, that's liable to just throw his whole rhythm off. So I'm like, okay, I'm just going to shut the fuck up. I'm just going to shut up. Well, he eventually gets the line pulled apart. So now he's no longer moving back and forth, and he's kind of reared up a little bit. I'm like, okay, the hammer is safe. The hammer is not going into the box. Not at all. Now, here she is. She is still bent over, and I did not expect this. Russ had left his crimpers because he's going to crimp the old gas line. He's left them out in the cart, and rather than holler for me to go get these crimpers, he just spins around. And as he spun around, he planted his nose into Coochieville quicker than you could blink your eyes. She stands straight up. He's like, oh my God. I'm rolling on the floor. The dog is now.
Oh my God. I'd have to leave the room, man. I'd be dying.
She got a kick.
I'd be of no help.
I was rolling, y'all. I'm not gonna lie, man. I was of zero help at this point. But she was kind of chuckling and laughing it off. His face is 400 shades of red. The dog's still down there looking at him like, rah, rah, rah. What are you sticking your nose in that coochie for? Rah, rah,
rah. Oh my God.
The dog was like, that's my credit card slot.
he's like, I don't know if I left my help me find my crimper. So I go out to the truck and I'm just dying laughing. He's like, dude, my nose went in it. And I'm like, put your head right up in, dude.
My question would be, well, hopefully she showered today.
Well, apparently she had been, she had gotten out of the shower or whatever. That's probably why she was still in her robe. And he gets all calmed down and he's wiping his face and carrying on. And he kind of settles down and I settled down from laughing and I couldn't resist. He goes, man, I didn't see that coming. And I go, yeah, I was trying to find a way to warn you. And he's like, wait, you knew it was going to happen? I said, well, your hammer is what I knew about, but that didn't happen. And he's like, damn you. And I says, well, I got one question though. He goes, what? And I said, what did it smell like?
Oh my God.
You smelled the pink roses today. Now let me know. He couldn't go back in. I had to finish the whole job myself. He couldn't go back in.
He was probably so embarrassed. Like stuff like that. Stuff like that is. I mean, it sucks. It totally sucks, and it can ruin like a job, right? Because it's humiliating, completely accidental, but totally one of those things you laugh about later on, like we are right now.
Yeah, he never said what it smelled like, but he went back to the office. He and off to other things, and so I went in, and she's like, "Oh, well, where did Russ go?" And I says, "Well, he was a little embarrassed." She goes, "Oh, he already come back. That tickled." And I lost it all over again.
So she loved it. Okay.
Yeah, she was fine with it,
She She was going to give us the rest of the tip.
Makes
apparently.
you wonder if it was an accident. I do.
Him was definitely an accident. Her, I don't know about.
I do think we need to get into the story, though. Do we need to do another commercial before we?
Yeah, let's do a
redneck
commercial
thing.
Let's do a
And
commercial.
this time, you got 2 because I got to go.
Okay. So do I, but I can make it fast.
All right.
I don't have to go. I'll hold down the fort.
ContinueTheMission.net. We are that resource, consisting of over 640 thoroughly vetted resources in several different categories. Continue the Mission has the information you need. At Continue the Mission, we are taking our mission one step further and producing a handbook for everyone titled Continue the Mission, We the People Handbook, being released Wednesday, June 23rd, 2021. Author and founder Greg C. Cummings gives insights into topics such as the United States Constitution and government, forming and maintaining constitutional groups and parties, reparations, and homesteading. The list goes on and on. You can purchase your copy of Continue the Mission, We the People's Handbook on the website at continuethemission.net, as well as other reputable retailers such as Barnes & Noble and Amazon. Once again, this book will be available for purchase Wednesday, June 23rd, 2021.
The pandemic provided a unique opportunity to stay home with my family to help keep them safe. Stepping away from healthcare and starting a small business made so much sense during these times. I never considered myself creative, and it held me back from really giving it a shot. And now, I find myself wishing I had tried much sooner. I'm hooked. We all have a maker within. We just have to let them out to stretch their legs. The Maker Within is an Oregon-based small business focused on handmade, custom creations. The Maker Within encompasses laser cutting, etching, engraving, custom vinyl work, HTV apparel, resin creations, handmade jewelry, and so much more. You can find it on the Etsy store. Just search it in the search engine. Or go to www.etsy.com/shop/The Maker Within.
All right. I see that Rianne's worried about if she goes, she's going to end up breaking the seal. You know, if you go on Amazon,
I can get the shiwi.
Yeah, you got those little funnels and stuff now. So.
I get the shiwi and just put a bucket underneath me. Jesus. You know what's funny is I swear I came up with that idea before they did, because I used to joke about that when we would go camping. I'd be like, "Oh, just funnel. So we got a funnel." You know, like I can stand up and go with the rest of you. And then all of a sudden the shiwi was made, and I was like, "Those fuckers. Get your own ideas."
Oh man.
Yeah. So
yeah, my old watch commander on the K9 unit, she had one. I didn't know about it till we got out in the woods one day with the dogs, you know, and we've been training half the day, and lunchtime comes around, and well, we're eating and drinking and carrying on, and we're all in our gear, bulletproof vest, got the utility belt on, a whole fucking 9 yards, right? And we go off in the woods to relieve ourselves because there ain't no bathrooms out there. And here her happy ass comes up and pulls up a tree right next to us and whips out this big old looking schlong. And I'm like, what in the fucking Twilight Zone did I just walk into? Some of the other guys knew, but a couple of the others didn't. And we're all like, what the hell? And she goes, oh, it's one of them things. I just attach it. You think I'm taking all this gear off to have to squat? Screw you.
I don't blame
that would suck. I'd have one of those attached to me at all times too. That, or I would like calf myself, you know?
Right.
Yeah. Have the little leg bag.
See, we've got one. We've got one of those shiwi type things for Julie for our long trips and all that kind of stuff, because she is, quite frankly, she's the only female in the house. Oh, well, now that we got another dog that's a female. So, but for a long time, she was the only female in the house. I mean, even the animals were male. So when we would go on trips with the kids, we would freaking, you know, I mean, they're boys, you know, they got to pee. Here's a water bottle. Figure it out. that type of thing. And my boys, especially the younger one, the 5-year-old, he just thinks that's funny as hell. He just stands up in the back of the car, drops his drawers, pees in the water bottle, next time.
He's over here like, oh my God, seriously? I hear you.
So whenever we would have to stop, it would be for her. So she was just kind of like, this is bullshit. I'm the only one that's every time we stop, it's my fault and blah, 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 blah. So, we got her one of those so that, if we're sitting there and it's like, well, nobody else has to go or anything like that, she can go. Yes, she was pregnant at the time we purchased it, but it is one of those things.
When we have to stop, it's because of the teenager. I swear, he has the bladder of an infant. Like, I guess when they so my mom was at this big essential oils convention thing down in Utah. I was supposed to go with her, but my cat was not doing so well.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that I was going to have to put my buddy down at the time. So I stayed home instead of going to the convention like I was supposed to. And Justin and his eldest decided to go on a road trip down to get my mom because she's terrified of flying. Right. And they just made it fun. They stopped at some family members' places and everything along the way, whatever. But I guess the drive back, teenager had to go so many times that my boyfriend was about to be like, I'm going to super glue the tip of it. Like, you're just going to have to deal with it. Like, what in the actual fuck, because it wasn't even one of those, I'm going to pull over on the side of the road and do it. He'd be like, no, I don't. I want to go to the bathroom. And I was like, oh my God. I have pulled my car off on the side of the road, opened up both of the doors, right?
And
squatted in between. If you gotta go, you gotta go. You don't get to be picky about where you're doing it. Oh, I gotta go to the toilet.
Oh.
It's not how it works.
Nope. When I drove big rig, my big rig, I wore a kilt a whole lot. And I had, you get out on some of these roads, there's no truck stops, there's no nothing. So I had popped after filling so many Coke bottles and such, I'm like, man, there's got to be a better way. And I was in a Walmart and I decided, aha, I have a better way. So I immediately run into the pet section and I found one of the fish tank cleaners. They're really big round ones,
Mm-hmm.
And I got a whole shitload of tubing for that damn thing. And the little connectors. And I put it there in the truck and I got in my truck and I sat down in the seat and I made sure, it would go all the way up here. And I run the hose down by the boot on my gear shift. And so I crawled up and once I got it through, made the little hole and got it through. I got up under the truck and I'm like, where am I going to run this? And I'm like, well, we need airflow. If you have airflow, you create a suction that'll draw it all out no matter what. Cool. So I attached that little fucker off to the front of my bumper on the driver's side. And it came about one day driving down Interstate 80, and I really didn't have to go that bad. I really didn't. I got my big old mug. I have one of them giant mugs filled with soda, right?
Oh, those super gulp type things.
Yeah, the super gulp.
The big
gallon jug, right? And I got this damn four-wheeler that's staying right beside me on the driver's side, and he won't get off my fucking door. I just started sucking that thing down. And eventually he would speed up and I,
pissed all over it.
Yep, and he'd slow down and I'd pass him again. And then he'd come up and hang on my driver's side door. So eventually I do got to go. Buddy, I grabbed that thing up. I lifted up my kilt. I stuck it up there. You could feel the suction from the air, pulling against the hose. I let it go. So I'm looking out my window as I'm letting it go. And sure enough, there's this steady stream of piss just coming off the front of his car and going up over the hood. Some of it hitting the windshield. I'm like, you little fucker. I kept that thing in my truck. I use that thing so damn much. The worst one of them all. And I got to admit, this was bad. It was unintentional, but it was bad. So I got to tell the story. So my wife, or soon-to-be wife at the time, was my co-driver. I hired her on, and she was driving the truck. It was my term in the sleeper, right? Now, we had food we had eaten at the Petro. Never eat at the buffet, especially at a Petro truck stop. Never.
Oh, no, it's going to involve poop.
Yeah, I don't care which Petro it is anywhere in the United States. It's going to make you
use that thing on his butthole. Oh, God, no.
He's like, don't get ahead of me.
Oh, it's worse than that. It's worse than that, y'all.
Oh shit!
Like a sprinkler.
I wake up and we're on the Interstate 80, and because of where we were, we had to run the toll road. We had no choice because of where the drop was going to be. There was no avoiding it. And so I wake up and man, do I got to go. And I peek through the sleeper curtain and I'm like, where are we at? And my soon to be wife is telling me where we're at. And I said, shit, where's the nearest damn truck to pull out? She goes, we just passed one. I said, fuck, that means it's 75 miles away. Holy shit. I got a shit. I'm getting the bucket out. So, and I tell her and I say, and she was in the granny lane. And I'm like, stay in the granny lane no matter what. Right. So I get the bucket out and man, I load that bag inside of that 5-gallon bucket. We had garbage bags in there and I loaded that fucker up. Woo, damn it. Got it all tied off. I peek back through the sleeper berth curtain and she's still in the granny lane. Now there's a car in front of her, but you know, she's not like right up on it. She's still in the granny lane. And I'm like, stay in this granny lane. So I finish tying it up. I get it, you know, double bagged. I'm like, I'm not going to let this bag bust inside my freaking beautiful truck. So I get a double bag on it. Now, in the meantime, she, who normally can't move a rig without making the entire world shake like a damn earthquake, eased that truck over into the hammer lane like nobody's business. I didn't feel the truck move. I swear to God, I never felt us ease into that hammer lane. So there I am. I'm getting it all double tied up. I open up the emergency exit, which is on the passenger's side. And before I realized that she had just passed this station wagon that was in front of us, I throw. Needless to say, this bag of liquidy, runny shit with a few chunks in it hits the windshield of that station wagon. And as it hits, and I watch it hit, I mean, it was a boosh, right? Spreads out over the windshield, over the top of the car, mom and dad in the front, and 2 little kids in the back. I slammed that door shut and I'm screaming to her, what the hell? I told you not to move. She says, well, I had to pass the car. I says, I just shit bombed that car. Don't you dare stop. Go. And so, needless to say, I shit bombed the station wagon. Did not mean to.
That is so awful. Like, really.
And to this very day, that was the one and only time she eased that truck over where I couldn't feel it move. Every other time she go to pass somebody, and it's like damn earthquake, shake the whole fucking truck, and she hits that hammer lane.
Oh shit!
You can say that again, man, and it was shit. And that bag was full, man. We ain't talking no little turd shit. No, we're talking the liquidy stuff. We're talking chocolate
like
pumpkin
straight
pudding.
mud butt. Like
it looked like chocolate pudding.
like Frosties. Like it's not exactly soft serve. Not exactly a Slurpee. It's a liquidy kind of solid, but not really.
Yeah. And as it hit, of course, Dad, you know, the car, you know, you see the car jerk like this, and then the windshield wipers come on. Side window on his side was partially down. I don't know how much of that got in the car, but it was like, holy shit. It was bad, y'all. It was bad. I didn't mean to do that, but and I'm sure the little kids back, you know, God only knows what they thought.
Thing is, we're sitting here hearing this end of the story. There's some little old man out there right now going, you remember that time that trucker shit on our car?
Right?
Because you know they had to at some point in time said that's the only fucking place it could come from.
Yeah. And I mean, if you were to if you could freeze that moment in time, when I opened up the emergency exit, if you took a tape measure and went from my emergency exit to that windshield, I swear to God, you couldn't have measured more than 10 feet. They were right there. You know, they were right there beside my truck, you know, and I was already, as I was opening the door, I was throwing at the same damn time. So there was no stopping it. you know. And the only thing I can imagine is the little kids in the back, you know, because there were two boys in the back of the car. It looked like boys. And I'm sure, you know, one of them had to be sitting there going, "Oh, Mom, look, the Jack in the Box just shit on us," because I opened the door, slammed the door shut.
Oh my God. Why?
The thing is, those poor kids are so traumatized by truckers now. They're those ones that sit there when two trucks get on each side of them, like, what the fuck?
You know they grew up. You know they grew up to be adults, and if a truck passes them, they're probably going all the way to the shoulder for fear they're gonna get shit bombed.
Their dream job is working at a way station so they can fuck with truckers.
Oh,
Right?
no. Could you imagine?
They became motor carrier inspectors on purpose.
That's like from the movie Convoy. That one scene. I'm Officer so and so, and I hate truckers.
Oh my God.
Okay.
that was a good
Anyway, let's get past that shit.
For those of you who just joined us, this is Masticators
Yeah,
Anonymous.
and way down the road.
Oh my gosh. You know, it's when you have tears, you know, like
I'm sure everybody watching this show is hurting. Their sides are hurting right now.
literally
Putting
past
that in their
that
head.
shit.
Oh my God. Oh.
Yeah, literally past that shit.
I'm just thinking going to the car wash after.
Wait, how many times did they have to go through?
Well, I hope. Yeah,
there's still shit right there.
Yeah,
you got some stuck over here in this crevice over here. You know, stuck in the air conditioner.
I will not use my toothbrush.
I did.
Use
the jump seat.
your own.
Yeah. I got in the jump seat and I could see in the side mirror. They pulled off to the side of the road, and I'm like, God, man, I hope they're not they don't have that bad gag reflex, and Mom and Dad are barfing on each other, and now the kids are barfing. I had so many for the longest time. I was like, damn, man. Oh my God. You know, and get out of the car to clean the car.
That would be me.
They probably went straight to the
I'm a
dealership.
sympathy puker. Like I hear it, see it, smell it, I do it. So the moment somebody starts puking, I'd be next to him going, "Ugh! Ugh!" Like the whole like full body dry heave. Like it would be from my toes up. Like
I would just
like it would be an experience.
I would have loved to have been there when they're trying to figure out what the fuck it was. Either that trucker shit on us or they got some big ass buzzards around this motherfucker.
Hell, Dad, when I opened up that side door, I swear to God, Dad looked right at me as I threw that shit. I swear to God, he looked right at me. You know, so they kind of knew. And you'd have to be. And that shit in the bucket, that was god awful smell. That was like Lucifer.
Like something died within you before you were made or thought of, and it was slowly releasing itself.
That was like Lucifer jumped up from the pits of hell.
It was the twin he devoured at birth.
And then buried itself in it.
You devoured it. Perfect.
It was bad, y'all. So I know that smell as soon as they opened up their... Oh my God.
I don't think any of us have laughed this hard. I'm sorry, guys. The show will resume as soon as we calm the fuck down.
Oh my God.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm sure they're all taking their laughing time off.
I bet Justin's downstairs like, what the hell is wrong with her?
Oh my God.
Anyways.
All right, folks, welcome to Masticators Anonymous. We're now a fitness show where we will work your core and your ass.
Right. These little muscles right here that you never use.
Jesus Christ.
Work your core and your abs and shit on your wagon in the process.
We still haven't even gotten to the story.
No, we haven't.
Oh, we haven't. Yeah, we have not.
I'm sorry.
Oh, gee, bus.
Ooh, I bet you something like that happened. It sounds like a lot of crazy shit went down.
Woosha.
Woosah.
Man.
My name's Michael Lowry.
That's a good movie. So to put some context behind everything, I'm still laughing.
Core hole exercise.
Core hole.
Oh, Jesus.
Who named that game Cornhole? It's the dumbest name ever.
I don't know where that came from. Now that we're on that subject, I'm sorry, and this will tie into our story, but whoever named that game Cornhole was some redneck, some bitch who just said, what we're going to call it? Well, we're going to call it Cornhole. That's what
Did they put their shirt up over their head? Cornhole.
Oh, man. That's a bunch of dudes in a field somewhere with a bonfire lit with their trucks backed up with the tailgates, drunker and shit on Pabst Blue Ribbon or something like that. We're going to get some new shit.
I cornholed that bitch last night. Oh, let's make a game. We should make a game.
Matter of fact, when I got done, her hole was about as big around as that one there. That's what it was.
I reckon I ain't never seen nothing like it. Jesus. So my poor brother, very, very sheltered. I mean, like we grew up in a smaller town, right? So Oregon is a lot more redneck and like country than a lot of people give it credit for. Okay,
it's not just Portland, I mean.
That's what I'm saying. People think of Oregon and they think Portland, which is snooty and like non-GMO and like
we're from Portland.
Everybody thinks Oregon, they think Portland, they assume vegan man bun douche flutes and Subarus. Okay,
pretty much.
Like that's the assumption of all of Oregon. Actually, all of Oregon minus Portland is very blue collar, very country, very redneck. Right. So we grew up in this. And my poor brother gets told that he has to fly from he has now moved. I think he's on his 4th Portland warehouse that he has built from the ground up, like, and gotten the whole processes and everything just up and going.
Mm-hmm.
He gets told that in Hebron, Kentucky, there's a warehouse that they just purchased that he needs to go whip into shape. And he messages me, and it's a group text between myself, my brother, and my boyfriend. Hey guys, I get to go to the land of I like to do my sister and freedom cuts. Freedom cuts being a mullet, right? So he goes to Kentucky with his already like preconceived judgments.
Yeah.
And the whole time he's there, he has a blast, but he literally tells me the IQ level is just off. Like he's like, this guy watched me they have this really expensive pallet compactor, and I guess none of them had ever used it before. So my brother went and started using it, and he said like 4 of them stood around like, well, dang on, I never seen that baby ever do. He's like, Rianne, it was like literally listening to some ridiculously stupid person try to plan something out and make sense of it. And I was like, oh boy, okay, you're making judgments, whatever. Mm-hmm. He goes, well, apparently if you tell a stripper that you're going to give them $2 if they show you their butthole, that pisses them off. And I was like, oh my God, what did you do? Like, okay.
There's more to this story.
There's a lot. There's a lot to this. So basically these texts are just going back and forth. Well, my brother's been home for about a week now, and my boyfriend stumbles across across this article about a great big huge thing called the Redneck Rave that went on in Kentucky the weekend after my brother flew out. And he texts my brother. He goes, "Well, if you ever make your way back to the land of Budweiser and Freedom Cuts, perhaps you could throw a big ass party like this one." You proceed to read this article, and it is literally thousands of rednecks got together in an ATV park. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine all the drunken
I
debauchery
don't have
that
to
went
imagine.
down?
I don't have to imagine. I've been to those kind of places. You got to remember where I'm from.
So the article headline is Redneck Rave descends into throat slashing, impalements, and mass arresting.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I sent it to Lab and Laird, and Laird and I went back and forth for a while with some really awesome content.
I have been digging through this. So
I'll let you take over.
Interesting thing. So I've been digging through just the redneck rave portion of it, you know, like see like the business side type stuff, you know, because it is no shit. It is an actual business, you know.
Mm-hmm.
They originated in 2018, and what I think is funny for those who don't know, I live in Texas, but I am originally from Indiana. So, the actual business name of Redneck Rave is RNR Indiana. So it originated in my home state.
Mm-hmm.
So basically what happened is they had one last year, and it was the first major one that they had. They had some
two last year.
ones. Yeah, they had 2 last year, but the one I'm talking about, they had in, what'd they call it? Medora, Medora, Indiana, which I know where that is. And that is basically a cornfield. Okay, that's basically what Medora is. And they've got the pictures up where they show all these folks, you know, going through and doing all the crazy shit that they're doing. And it has since grown. Well, the reason that they have moved to Kentucky is because they literally got kicked out of where they were doing stuff in Indiana. And the state basically said, no more of this shit. No more. Go somewhere else. And the funny thing is, because I know people, I almost guarantee you that whoever told them to move it somewhere else probably told them to move it to Kentucky.
Uh-huh. Probably.
So it's funny that all this shit happened in Kentucky. But the biggest thing that catches my eye when I read through that article, I felt really bad for the sheriff's department there, because once again, they picked this really small town, literally no stop signs. Okay. Police department has like maybe 4 people on it. So they're calling in the county sheriff. Okay. And in that article, they're interviewing the sheriff, and it's like, oh yeah, the first car that we stopped at the checkpoint had meth, open containers, and
2 people had active warrants.
And that was the first car through
That's
the
the
gate.
first rig that went through the gate. Okay.
And then he said, we saw that and we immediately went, oh shit.
Yes.
Of course, he put it a little bit more eloquently for the news, but I guarantee you that's what went through his mind when it's like, all right, sir, well, we got, how many cars are we getting? 1. Seriously? 1 car?
I noticed when y'all put that in the chat and I read the headline, the very first image and sound that went through my head was that little short midget looking dude on Deliverance. That immediately.
Well, I told Rianne, and I think you saw it too, Lab. The first thing that went through my mind, especially after I found out, you know, that it originated in Indiana, that song, you know, that goes, "This is my people, this is my land," started going through my mind, and I was like, "This is literally my people. These folks are from where I am from."
Oh my god! but yeah, so I'm just trying to figure out what led to. It says a friend slashed his friend's throat and was still at large.
Uh-huh.
Like, so I'm sitting there trying to figure out what the hell did they argue about? And I was like, well, maybe they ended up being brothers, and maybe they both are fighting over their sister. Or like
oh my god.
My judgments. I need to stop. And then I was like, but what would cause 2 people to behave that way? Meth.
being
Mess
from
would
that
do it.
area, Rianne, your judgments are pretty right on.
Right. No, she was my sister first.
Well, she's my cousin until Bobby
Yeah.
Joe got divorced.
Oh shit. Now she's my aunt.
Now she's my aunt, and she's my aunt, and my cousin once removed.
Uh-huh. Well, there's half the problem right there. It says the event, dubbed the Redneck Rave and organized by country rapper Justin Time, took
Right.
place in a blue holler. Well, if you in a holler, is definitely going to be outrageous and off the hook.
Well, some guy was impaled. It said that they airlifted him with the log still attached or something like that. Like,
Uh-huh.
Yeah, 'cause it said they couldn't remove the log because of where it was at, so it was better to take him and the log to basically a better hospital. Because I mean, once again, you got to realize they're in a place. I guarantee you, there ain't no decent medical care anywhere in that area.
right. Just pour
I
some whiskey on it.
I really have to show this. I got to say. Let's,
there's videos.
Yeah,
yeah.
Let's show this.
I didn't watch videos.
And we will find out why.
It's the bumpers.
Well, who the fuck is Justin Time here, man? We're at Redneck Rave 2020. Redneck Outdoor Adventures. One of the best YouTubers on YouTube right now. If you ain't subscribed, so I fucking subscribe. You a sucker, but that sucker.
Was that English?
It was English.
I will translate.
Apparently, that was Justin Time, the country rapper. What you have there is 9 brothers chasing their sister.
You the first one in.
Like, I've been to country music festivals. I've had a blast, right? But I can tell you nobody was ever murdered at one. Like, it's like, I don't know.
Yeah, there's a difference between country music festival and a redneck happening.
Well, he's a country music artist putting it on, though. You know, I think they probably tried to dub themselves as a country music kind of festival thing. But
I guarantee they did.
Yeah.
But like, holy crap! I mean, there's kids and stuff there, and people are getting murdered and impaled and meth.
Yeah. Well, he's a country music rapper.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this ain't
Actually,
your Randy
I listened
Travis
to his stuff
like,
though.
Yeah, he's like
I'm
an up church and stuff like
and
that.
I'm not gonna lie, I liked his music.
Yeah, you wouldn't you listen to his music. I hadn't listened to his music yet.
I haven't listened to his music yet.
He's got one called Second Amendment. I liked it.
I'll check it out.
No, these guys trying to swim through the mud.
Yeah, well, it's the closest thing to a lake they're getting.
Yeah, especially out because this is one of them that was in Indiana last year. So I guarantee you, I mean, there ain't no lake in that area.
No, there's no lake in that area.
Hell, they probably had to find a hell of a garden hose to be able to make that shit.
There's a bunch of dirty cornholios in that area.
Yeah, I had never heard of Justin Time either. So, and when I looked him up on Spotify, it's not Justin Time. It's who the F is Justin Time.
He must be fairly new, trying to figure out what's going to get out there and what's going to get him on the boards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know, the whole thing screams redneck. I mean, you got big butts.
Yeah, but I can get down with redneck.
And, you know, well, there's a redneck wannabe there, tie-dye and a cowboy hat.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can usually tell who the posers are.
Yeah, he's not fully incorporated yet.
Like, especially if their shit kickers don't have any, like, dirt on them or whatever, right? And their hat has 0 wrinkles, like it hasn't accidentally been sat on or something, and their jeans still look pressed, you're not a real country boy or girl.
Exactly. No, that's not a real redneck.
Right? We used to always tell people, "Let me see your shit kickers," and if you don't even know what shit kickers is, you're not a
Oh, yeah.
redneck.
Yeah.
What do you mean by shit kickers?
Shit kickers. What are shit kickers? That kid's like, it's money.
Oh my god, swimming.
Tell me when. Can I get in it with This is Redneck Rave 2020. This is for outdoor adventures. We're ready to fuck shit up.
Yeah.
Okay, then. Apparently, they did fuck shit up.
They did fuck some shit up.
Yeah. And they were up all weekend with all that meth.
Mm-hmm. Well, what I like is, and Lab, you still got that pulled up there. You could scroll up, go up to the picture they have, where it's all the neon lights and everything. Right?
Oh, yeah.
That's it. Yeah. Let's pull that sucker up because you got it on the thing. So, instant full screen. So that is a picture, folks, of
That's
nighttime.
the entire field, right?
Yeah, that's the entire field. You can see the RVs and the stage, and like you can see where all the lights and the neon and all that crap. I mean, hell, it looks like a miniature city right there.
Yeah.
I mean,
Mhm.
and keep
It
in
actually
mind,
looks kind of cool. Like I would look at that and go, "That looks like fun," right? Because
oh yeah, that looks like fun. Don't get me
I
wrong.
mean, some of my favorite memories are going to the dunes and stuff, and that's what it looks like at nighttime at the dunes during the Dune Fests and all
Yeah.
that other fun stuff,
Oh, yeah.
right? But again, as far as I know, there wasn't any meth usage going on. There wasn't any like throat slashing. There wasn't, like somebody got hurt one time because they decided to go out on the dunes late at night drunk, right? And they ran into a stump.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
happens, but then they started having a curfew, right?
Well, and Knowledge over here is asking, I don't know what a real redneck is. Most of the time they're dangerous. They're not that dangerous. I mean, there's a few of them that are. I mean, it's not what you see portrayed in mass media and all that kind of stuff. Although those folks right there definitely were playing up pretty damn well.
Well, yeah, I was about to say, if you want to know what a redneck is, and hell, all these photographs probably come from that redneck party.
Probably.
I'm just saying,
Oh yeah, but I mean, it's basically. I mean, most of the time, I like the dude with the Budweiser bat.
What the hell's going on with that one dude's face?
He didn't put his teeth in.
That's the lip swaller. That's when you get all them teeth taken out, and you can pull that bottom lip up over the top lip.
Yep.
Sexy.
But
I'm gonna go get me
yeah,
some.
I mean, as you sit here and you look through this, and you read this story that they got going on here, I mean, and to think they're going to have another one in October, and I am dead serious, folks. We need to find a way to get to that.
Dude, my birthday's in October. I'm telling you, I will get my shit kickers. We will get the quad. We will go. Okay, we will not have meth.
No, we won't have the meth.
No, we won't have
Okay.
it. But yeah,
I'm not advertising any of that shit, but I'm just gonna sit back with my popcorn and my sunglasses on and observe, and we are gonna have content for years.
Yes, we are.
But
I'm bringing my hidden cameras and the whole 9 yards.
Did your girlfriend?
she knows what they are. She's full of it.
She probably not heard them be referred to as shit kickers. I feel like maybe it's a regional thing, but I don't know. That's what we call
it's
them.
a regional thing. I mean, hell, every redneck I've ever met knows what a shit kicker is. But
Right.
they're work boots, basically.
Yeah, basically it's your boots, like your Romeos or whatever. Not your nice going out night boots. All right.
We are shit kickers.
They're your Romeos, your boots, like your work boots. Yep, all that stuff. Like.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But there you are. You type in shit kickers, and that's what's going to come up.
Knowledge is over here talking about how this has been mad educational and how
this poor guy is over there going, "Holy shit! I learned so much about white people tonight."
He's like, he puts in there, I wouldn't hang out with him. Actually, you'd probably be all right there, Knowledge, to be perfectly honest. I mean,
right?
They're not.
Yeah, no, you don't have to meth.
Yeah, you don't. I mean, you don't. I mean, I think you'd be fine.
I don't meth either.
Yeah. I think you'd be absolutely fine in an environment like that. I mean, just don't fuck with nobody's sisters or cousins or anything like that. Because
Right.
nothing you joke about it, that shit is real. You
Right,
don't
and you
fuck with
don't
nobody's family.
wanna joke around them about it either because
Oh
you
God,
never know who you're gonna offend because
oh yeah,
you might be talking to one of them. So
oh
you just
yeah,
yeah.
Yeah, pretty
That's
much.
the only thing. You never know how many of them are truly family or know somebody who knows somebody who's the family. I mean, but
Right.
that,
It's
like I said,
kinda
Let's see, you go to a redneck party like that, you can guarantee there's only 4 families there out of 10,000 people, and they all freaking related, man.
and then if you're not related, they're all looking at you like you're a piece of meat
Yeah.
thrown into the lion's den.
there may be
Nobody's
4
wrecked that
families
yet.
there. There may be 4 families there, but I can guarantee you none of those 4 families are the Hatfields or the McCoys. Those fuckers don't
Oh,
get
definitely not.
Oh man.
Oh shit.
Definitely not. I know they had a truce a few years ago. I haven't heard anything recent on them, but they did have a truce a few years ago.
That stuff's backed off. I mean,
Out of a several 100-year war.
mhm.
Yeah, yeah,
Over
maybe
a
don't hit
fucking
on
pig.
any. Well, I mean, tread lightly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
But what was I gonna say? Oh, but yeah, I mean, for the most part, I mean, it's no different than any other party or rave or anything like that. You know, I do want to, some of these stories that we see, because I mean, there's 48 people arrested, shit. Like, I guarantee you go to any one of these anywhere else, you're going to find like 40, 50 people arrested.
Well, and that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, dude, they're gonna have another one in October.
Well,
Like,
and here's the thing. So we're sitting here, we're talking about, oh yeah, there's 48 people arrested, a murder, a strangling. I'm like, that's a Tuesday in Chicago. I mean,
well,
let's be
apparently it's
real here.
Tuesday
I mean,
in Portland too.
yeah.
So you know,
that's a Tuesday in a lot of major cities. So I mean, let's just be honest, you know.
but in the same breath, I mean, I think the whole importance of it. My brother was just in that area recently.
Yeah.
He's
Oh,
making
yeah,
all these
that's part.
comments, and then that happens, you know. So it's just, but yeah. And the other thing that drew me to it was the very first car through the gate already had all of that wrong with it. Like,
Mhm.
like,
I do
what
like
in the
this
world?
one. So the sheriff in this one is talking about talking about how they called in Kentucky State Police for help and all that kind of stuff. This was the sheriff's approach after the first day, because remember, this was a weekend thing. It started on a Friday, didn't end until like a Sunday night. Okay,
Uh-huh.
so the sheriff eventually got to the point, and this is his quote. He said, there were so many intoxicated people, we just decided if dispatch sends an ambulance, we're just going to send a deputy with the ambulance.
Right?
They basically said, fuck it, we'll clean it up later.
Clean it up later. Right? Hello, mystery in the house.
Hey, mystery.
Hey, mystery.
So when I was still living down in Alabama and volunteered with the fire department out there, right? We get a call one night that a car was in the ditch on its side. So of course they call us out. Okay, so yeah, you know, it wasn't even a bad accident. You know, the guy just puttered along and he got off in the ditch and turned up on his side. Old black guy, pretty well known in the area. But the sheriff was not available. None of the deputies were available, so they ended up calling in a state trooper to come deal with that situation. So we get there, we're checking him out. Everything's fine. The trunk is popped open, and this guy. The little bit of bruises that he got from being tipped over on his side, he ain't even worried about that.
That's awesome, Yellow.
He's more worried about what's in the trunk of the car. So here comes the state trooper pulled on up in front, you know, and we're sitting there. We got the fire truck out there and shit. And this old black guy, he's worried about the trunk of that car. And we're looking like, man, this boy is stoned. He is stoned off his ass stoned. Okay. But out of everybody he could have walked up to, because he's scratching his head looking at the trunk of his car and all the shit that's falling out of it, he could have walked up to any one of us firefighters. No. He walks up to the state trooper and pats him on the shoulder and he says, man, you think the cops will catch it if I go bury that shit over there in the woods? And now we're really paying attention. He's got 8 bricks of weed.
Oh,
no.
And the cops, like, the state trooper's looking at him like, no, I don't think that cop would ever notice that or find it. He runs over there and he's grabbing it up and he's sticking it off into the edge of the woods and putting old leaves and shit on top of it, right? And he comes back over to State Trooper and he pats him on the shoulder again. And by now, we're dying over there. We're just dying. State Trooper's like this, looking at him. He's patting him on the shoulder. Man, I think I got it covered up, man. And he says, yeah, I don't think that old damn State Trooper ever going to find that shit. And the old black guy looked at him, squinched his eyes down, saw the shiny little badge. His eyes got this big, and he goes, oh, shit. He just held his hand. Yes. And we rolled for that one. I was like, what the fucking hell?
My God, I can't even imagine.
Man.
So many firefighters, 6 of us standing there you could have talked to, and you had to go talk to the State Trooper.
You'd be amazed at how shit like that happens. I mean, okay. I think I've told you guys a story, but I know that there's people in here who haven't heard this one yet. Okay, so when I worked for the state, I worked for the state police in Indiana. When I worked for the state, we used to have to pull Capitol duty, which, you go down, during the legislative sessions, all that kind of stuff. Let's say they were passing a controversial bill or something. They wanted as many state officers there as they could get. And I mean, they'd pull everybody. You'd have state troopers there. You'd have regular state police officers there. You'd have regular, or not regular, but you'd have like state exile. If you had a state title, you were there, right? So my buddy, okay, he was known as a shit magnet. Okay. If something crazy was going to happen, his name was Russ. It was going to happen to Russ, period. I mean, this is a guy who could get in on a dude runs a red light. Okay. And he runs the information, finds out he's wanted for murder out of Florida type shit. True story, by the way. I mean, that's the type of shit that he got into. Okay. Well, Russ had a particularly rough summer where that shit was happening all the fucking time. Okay.
Right.
So we'd gotten through the summer, winter had come around, and winter was about just as bad. So we're coming into the spring months and we're sitting there at session. He volunteers for it. I volunteer for it because it's easy money, right?
Right.
So we're at the basement entrance, not the main entrance. We're at the basement entrance to the Capitol building. Okay. And we had just come on shift. We had been there maybe 10 minutes. Okay. And Russ, who was a smoker, and I would go out for the conversation. Russ is just kind of like, hey, man, I'm going to go have a smoke. You want to come with me? I was like, okay, so he's standing out there. He's smoking, definitely could tell we're at ease. We're not doing anything super important. We're just standing there in the smoke pit. He's smoking. We're bullshitting, all that kind of stuff. This little fucker comes walking up to him, walks up to him, looks him dead in the eye and goes, I got warrants. And Russ just kind of looks down at him and he's like, are you fucking serious? And this guy's like, yep, I got warrants. I want to turn myself in. So Russ, okay, fine. All right, dude, give me your freaking ID. So the dude hands him his ID, runs his information. This dude had some fucking warrants. He had about 40 of them. Freaking manufacturing of meth, distribution of meth, conspiracy to do this, conspiracy to do that, distributing within a certain number of feet of a school. He just
walks up and admits that he's got all this shit going down.
Walks right up to him. And I mean, the look on Russ,
dumb as shit.
Well, not only that, but I mean, Russ is in the middle of a drag of his cigarette, and he looks him dead in the eye, and he goes, "Are you fucking serious?" Yep, I got warrants. He just wanted to turn himself in. If I guess he figured, well, I'm going to get caught. And there's 2 state police officers standing there. So, I mean, he just turned himself in, and Russ is just kind of like, fuck. So, he's like, all right, dude, turn around, do a half-ass pat down because he's pissed off, and fucking goddamn it, And he calls them. Luckily, we were still where we were at, the county we were in, they still had paddy wagons.
Uh-huh.
So, he's like, hey, I need you to send me a paddy wagon to the front door. And our dispatcher's like, dude, you've been here for like 10 fucking minutes. How the hell did that happen? So he spent the rest of his shift because he's got to fill out all the paperwork on all like 40 of these fucking warrants, so he's got to write all these damn reports. And this is still back when we were doing handwritten shit. Okay. So he's sitting there freaking writing all these damn reports and shit like that. And he's just kind of looking at me like, man, fuck my life. This is bullshit. I came down here to the basement on purpose. And a dude walks up and just turns himself in. So the weird shit that will happen right in front of you is just, I mean, hell,
right. It's insane.
A quick story of my own. Downtown Indianapolis, dead center of town. Okay. I'm sitting there in a fully marked police vehicle in full uniform, and I watch these two idiots walk right up in front of my car, okay, and do a drug deal right in front of my fucking car. I'm not hiding. It's night, but
Here's your sign.
I'm in a white fucking vehicle. It clearly says state police on the side of it. It's lit up. I'm not even fucking hiding. It's not like I'm sitting in the alleyway waiting on people.
They're like, watch me go do this right in front of this popo.
And it's just and I of course I'm looking at these guys, and one of them actually turns to me and just goes, I was like, are you fucking
they knew what they're doing. They knew what they're doing. They're like, we're gonna go fuck with this guy. Watch.
And of course, they both
shit.
get hooked and all that shit. But it's just one of those things where you would be amazed at how often shit like that happens, where you're just kind of like, I mean, like, don't get me wrong. We do get into some pretty weird and wacky shit, especially if you're doing your job real well and all that kind of stuff. Just like the story I told you guys about that lady eating that freaking kielbasa.
Oh yeah.
Freaking and I'll save that story for another time for those who haven't heard it yet. But you would be amazed at the shit like that goes on. I mean, it's wild.
I've always wanted to be the one to collect all the odd, weird shit that comes into dispatch. Like here's just a couple of stories. Call comes in from Walmart. Police receive a report of a newborn infant found in a trash can. Upon investigation, officers discover it was only a burrito. What the hell was somebody drinking or smoking to mistake a burrito for a newborn? Okay.
Well, okay. This one time I was really, really high. I was trying to drive to a Taco Bell.
There's not like an offshoot of that where it talks about a Walmart employee getting arrested with like 50 pounds of Coke or something like that.
I was really, really, really high trying to drive to Taco Bell. I really wanted a Crunch Wrap. Okay. I was trying to figure out why the lines were going by so slow. I was going 7 miles an hour on a 45. Okay, and then to make matters worse, I turned down a residential street, and in the middle of the road was something, and I swear to God, I thought it was like a hurt animal or some shit. I throw my car in park, I jump out to help it, and it's a plastic bag. Like,
I
was fully prepared to do mouth to mouth.
See, now I'm a big fan of bacon. I love bacon. I think most people love bacon. But here you go. Another headline hits the paper. Police solve case of the missing bacon. A Grand Rapids resident told police last week that someone had entered his home during the middle of the night and taken 5 pounds of bacon from the refrigerator.
Oh, hell no.
By the end of the investigation, right?
Real quick.
Oh, yeah, I'd be pissed off, man. But by the end of the investigation, police discovered that his wife had gotten up in the middle of the night for a snack and was totally afraid to admit it. Bacon? Yep, Brophy, we called your name. Bacon?
Oh, my God. Oh, Savage is coming. We'll have to pull him up if he comes in. I used to smoke a lot of weed, okay? I am not very proud of some of my moments. And then some of them, I'm kind of proud. No, I really don't anymore. I mean, I have, guys, I've been drinking. Stop it.
She just cut over to the other vice. She's like, fuck it, I'm going to drink now.
I'm out. I got to go refresh my blue raspberry ketones and vodka. Okay, don't judge me.
Okay, y'all going to love this one. This one is redneckery at the finest. I swear to God it is. No, in the newspaper again, a caller reported at 7:14 p.m. that someone was on a porch yelling for help from a residence on Bank Street. Officers responded, lights and sirens blanded, etc., only to find out the person was calling for the cat that was named Help.
We have a hard time. Our dog is Piggy.
Oh, shit.
Our dog is Piggy. And so, like, if she's out the front yard, we'll be like, Pig, come on, Pig, come on. And one day the cops were down the street.
Oh, what's up to the Red Queen in the house?
The 11-year-old's out on the front porch going, Pig, listen to me, Pig. And I walked out. I was like, honey, no. We're not going to scream that right now. Like, I'm not trying to.
Oh,
Why did we name our dog Piggy? I don't know. Like, it's Piggy Smalls technically, but but the cops are like staring at our house, and I'm just like, it's our dog. It has nothing to do with you, I promise. Like,
Okay, so since I just realized that we are going to go the full 4 tonight, is that true?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
good. All right, 'cause
Hey,
that's why.
Info Savage in the house.
Hey,
oh wait, we're going 4? I never know how long our shows are.
we're going 4, damn it.
I
We're
need
trying
more
to make.
vodka.
We're trying to make. Justin, I know you're listening somewhere out there. Justin, give her
He
more
might
vodka.
be. I need it now, right now. Where's my bell?
No. So since I know we're going to go a litlittle bit longer, I do want to tell that story about the lady that I pulled over in downtown that one time. So
with her sausage,
with her sausage, because it's one of my favorite stories. Okay, for I will give out a secret right here and now. If you want to get out of a ticket, most of the time, not every officer's the same, but at least with me, if you want to get out of a ticket, the best way to get out of one was to make me laugh. This woman did it without even trying even a little bit, because she was dead serious this whole time. So I'm working downtown Indianapolis, and I work where I worked. The hours I worked overnight. So usually about 2-3 o'clock in the morning, we go and we hit the main tributaries in and out of town to try to catch the drunks before they would get on the interstate. Right.
Right.
So I'm sitting there, and I'm at a major intersection. I'm just sitting there, lights off, all that kind of stuff. Once again, not really hiding, but I'm just sitting in the car waiting for something to happen. And I see this silver SUV coming down, and she's doing what we call the drunk swerve. You know, that's where you're going side to side, all that kind of stuff, you know.
I know nothing of that.
Yeah. Well,
Thank you for the high award, Frank.
Thank you. But anyway, so my typical rule of thumb was I'll let you touch the lines 3 times before I'll pull you over. Okay. So, you know, she touches center line, then goes to the fog line, which is the line on the far right. Right. Okay. There's 1, 2, 3. So I decided to pull her over. So I pull her over. I walk up to the car. Okay. Walk up to the car, and it's completely tinted all the way around, all that kind of stuff. They've got the 20-inch dubs and all that kind of crap on it. And I'm walking up, and I get to the side and knock on the window. Window comes down. There is this super, and I mean super tiny, we're talking damn near midget size, little black lady sitting there with her freaking mouth still completely wrapped around this huge bratwurst, if you would.
That's the first thing you saw.
Kielbasa type thing.
Oh.
She just kind of looks over at me out of the corner of her eye.
She's lonely.
Her passenger is her friend, her sister, cousin, whatever. Her friend is sitting in the passenger seat, just fucking rolling already.
I would be. Get that wiener out.
She's just looking at me, and I look in there at her, and you know, I do my whole, you know, ma'am, I'm officer so and so, yada yada yada. Do you know I have you pulled over? Yeah. And she goes, yes, officer.
Look how far I can go. Look how far I can go, officer. Officer, real serious. Can you do that? No.
Yeah. I'll do that right now. But anyways, so she's like, oh no, officer. And I said, well, you were swerving back here. I thought you may have been a drunk driver. And she's just, without missing me, she goes, no, officer, I'm just enjoying this sausage so damn much. And I'm just sitting there, and I'm just like, holy shit, you know. And she was sober, as sober could be, no smell of alcoholic beverages or anything like that. But she just flat out tells me, she's just like, I haven't eaten all day, and I was just loving on this sausage, and oh my gosh. And I was just and I'm sitting there doing everything I can not to die. Woman, whatever, because she had to be in her like mid-20s. This tiny little woman sitting there, and she's just got this, still just munching away, trying to explain why she was doing the drunk swerve.
I mean, technically, you could see her hands. So
yeah,
she wasn't doing anything illegal yet.
When I say tiny, we're talking, I'm pretty fucking positive she had a booster seat. I can't remember. But, I mean, she was a tiny, tiny woman, and she's got this huge fucking sausage, which is funny enough as it is, you know. And her fucking
Why is it funny?
Sister, cousin, whatever, is just fucking dying over there. And I just looked at her, and I said, all right, ma'am, you have a good night. be safe and enjoy your sausage. And I just fucking went back and sat in my car and just died for like the next 5-10 minutes. That was that was one of the funniest pullovers I ever had.
Oh,
Oh my God. Thanks for the high award there, Jenny.
you're lucky she was sober, because had it been me and I had been drinking, I would have fucked with them. You know, I would have gotten myself into a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
Oh, you
I
can. The funny ones were always the ones I would try to find a cab for or something like that. I mean,
yeah.
you know, if I had somebody, the first thing, even if you're drunk, first thing that's going to get you hooked up real quick, be an asshole. That'll send you in a heartbeat.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
absolutely.
I'm not a mean drunk.
If
I
if you're pretty funny or something like that, I would usually, because I had some options. I mean, I've thrown people in I had thrown, I should say, I had thrown people in cabs before and all that kind of stuff. I mean, you know, usually if you were walking around drunk in public, rather than do the public intox, I'd try to throw you in a cab, unless I
Right.
just
Yeah.
caught you pissing on a bush or, you know, writing your name in the snow or some shit like that with your wiener or some crazy shit. Then you would probably get hooked up. But
That's mean.
Yeah.
uh,
I drew wieners on windows of cars as I would walk by
no,
them.
I'm talking about fully exposed, you know, like
Like the next day when they
writing
go to
John in the
defrost
middle of
their
the street.
car, they just have a big wiener.
Now, see that we would probably, I'd
I'm
probably be
that
like,
kind
okay, that
of
hurts.
drunk.
Mhm.
I'm not talking about drawing wieners. I'm talking about somebody's got their wiener out and they're pissing all over the place. And it's like, okay, dude. But
I draw a pretty
No,
awesome
that's an issue.
wiener. I'm just gonna put that out there.
I try
That's
pretty.
right.
Well, you've seen enough of them. Oh,
Look at you assuming.
well, I mean, you at least had a good mom.
I've never seen one before.
We could ask her old Amazon delivery guy. 'Cause she at
Hey,
least
that
had
was
a
called
good
a
model.
rabbit and it was purple, and that does not count.
Is that why they all have that little rabbit on top of the?
Uh-huh.
That was just so embarrassing, man.
It's
This chick, she totally ordered a dildo.
the thing is, if you didn't know what that was, and somebody did really draw in the snow or something like that, a dildo that had the rabbit on top, they would have to name that like the rabbit dick drawer or some shit.
Like a serial killer name. The rabbit dick drawer. He's at it again.
Oh, Jesus. 4 or 5 years ago, no, maybe 6 years ago now, we had at like 2:00 in the morning, we had a couple of teenage boys and a teenage girl hop our pool fence over here and decided it was a bright idea to drink out there at the pool and ended up going skinny dipping. So, needless to say, security had fallen asleep in the office. So, he didn't even know what the hell was going on until it got loud, I guess. And he calls the cops, and the cops come out. Now, the two boys immediately, both of them, the boys were like 15, 16. She was like 16, right? Big, well endowed. The two boys, they don't argue. They get dressed. They're going to go home. Cops are just going to write them a warning. Oh, no, the girl got belligerent as hell.
Oh, geez.
And before the cops, I swear to God, this girl she drunk. I mean, it was obvious. But before the two sober cops could even get their hands on her, she lickety split made like a gazelle and leaped over that pool fence out my front gate and proceeded to
Like
walk
a
down.
gazelle.
Yeah. I mean, she didn't even touch that damn thing. She whoosh right over. And we're talking, this is an 8-foot tall fence. She like a damn gazelle. Whoosh,
God,
you know?
that's Olympic freaking like pole vaulting status. Okay.
Olympic status shit, right? And she goes down, she's walking down the middle of Eastern Boulevard, traffic everywhere, naked as a jaybird, screaming that she didn't do a damn thing wrong. And the cops are out there trying to chase down this naked girl. So, at any rate, I'm out there through this whole damn thing, laughing my ass off. What the fuck? Damn, you're drunk. At any rate, she eventually gets the taser in the left butt cheek. And down she goes. I mean, it was like,
Do you really shit yourself?
Huh?
Can people really shit themselves? Like,
Oh God, yeah.
oh yeah.
I mean, I
Oh,
feel
yeah.
like I know the answer to this, but I've never tested it, and I would
Okay.
never test it on me. But
So-
I have a few people in mind that I'd love to
So,
volunteer. Like,
to talk about people who shit themselves. Okay.
yeah,
Y'all remember the rookie officer I told you about that found the cock ring, right?
Right.
not the one
This-
that came to me from Wish.com.
Not the one that came to you from Wisconsin.
Maybe
This is
that's
this
where
is
it
this is the guy
belongs.
who would dive
Maybe
into
it was your
people's.
rookie officer all along.
Yeah. This is the guy that I told you about would always dive into people's pockets when he would search them without putting gloves and shit on, right?
Right.
Oh yes, that guy.
Well,
Not so smart guy.
yeah, my supervisor on nights got him one night to kind of do like his final evaluation type shit, right?
Right.
And my guy, you know, he'd been taught and trained and all that kind of stuff on, you know, this is the things you do and all that shit, you know, and because he had me. But anyways, so we get a phone call, says, you know, hey, there's this lady that's leaving the bar. She's getting, and this was the bar calling us, right? You know, she was that, you know,
Oh, wait.
that lady who stayed from the time the bar opened till the time it closed and nobody took her home type.
Right.
Okay.
Oh.
So, and they're just letting us know, they're like, hey, she is
so bad that they didn't even want her last call.
right. I mean, and this, I'll say poor lady, this poor lady, you know, they call and say, hey, look, she is fucking hammered, you know, and we just don't want her to, you know, we had to cut her off about 2 hours ago. She still hung around and she was, you know,
They gave
sneaking
the
drinks
drinks to
and all
the
that
wrong
kind of-
guy.
Yeah.
The guy
And,
needed to be fucking hammered to
yeah.
take her home. But she drank all the drinks.
That was her problem. But,
Right.
Oh,
so,
I'm gonna go to hell.
they call us and they tell us that, you know, so Donnie was the guy's name. So Donnie's like, okay, you know, I was on damn near the other side of town. And he's like, I'm close enough, I'll take it, right? So he takes his rookie down there, right? He's unaware that this rookie at this point is not one that puts his gloves on, right? So so we get down, so we get there. He calls me. This is early days flip cell phone type shit, right? He calls me, okay, and he says, hey, I need you down here like right now. I was like, okay, no problem. So I run down there and I've got my rookie with me and I run down there and I go, what's the deal? And he goes, okay. He goes, I'm embarrassed because I should know this as a supervisor. He goes, but what's the law on DWIs? I'm like, are you fucking serious? He goes, no, dude, I need to know like, what's the bare minimum? And because he said, other than her just being public intox, which at the time our prosecutor was giving us some issues with arresting people for public intox. He goes, other than her being public intox, I can't really bust her on anything else. He goes, but she's sitting in her car and she's got the car on. And I said, okay, well, is it in gear? And he said, yes, it's in gear. I go, well, this is a public parking lot, not a private parking lot, and it's owned by the state. So technically, because she's drunk behind the wheel and it is in gear, then yes, it falls under DWI law. Okay.
Yeah.
His main concern was get her off the streets, get her somewhere before something worse happens to her type shit. Right.
Right.
Because other than try to lock her up for PI, which would have gotten her turned away at the door and they would have thrown her out of the jail on the street. And then she would have been subject to the fucking crazies that are downtown. His thing was, okay, if I can get her put away for a couple of days, we can drop the charges at some point in time and she can go on about her way. Right. So, walk up to the car, you know, he puts it in park. And one of the reasons why he called us over there, Donnie was a big guy. We're talking like 350 plus, right? Donnie was a big guy. So part of the reason he called us down there is because he literally could not get her out of the vehicle because he couldn't fit type thing. Right. So, he reaches in, he turns off the car, he comes out, doesn't tell me, or at least I don't know if he could tell or if he just didn't notice, doesn't tell me that there's a certain smell in that vehicle. So I open the door and it just, and I'm like, oh my God, this lady has pissed and shit herself. And keep in mind, she's coherent. So we're like, okay, ma'am, can you step out of the vehicle? All that kind of stuff. So me and my rook, as soon as we smelled that shit, glove right up, right? You know, we pull her out of the vehicle.
That's when I'm like, nope, not dealing with it.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, didn't have that choice.
Yeah.
So Donnie's sitting in his car. He's already doing up the paperwork
Somebody
for the
got a
DUI.
pressure washer.
Oh, God. He's already doing up the paperwork for the DUI and all that kind of stuff, you know, and he shouts out to me. He's like, hey, let so-and-so, his rookie. He's like, let so-and-so search her. I was like, okay. So we've got her out. You know, we put what we call our throwaway cuffs. Those are the ones you put on the people that you don't really want back. We put our throwaway cuffs on her, you know, and he comes over there to search her. Okay. So, like I said, good old Officer Cockring still hasn't learned his lesson yet. Okay. He grabs a hold of those cuffs. He takes his ungloved 2 fingers and he immediately starts searching right around the waist area, gets to the back and
No.
he looks up and I'm looking at him. My rookie's over there doing like the half cat gag, like, you know, type of thing. He's got his head turned like he just stuck his bare ass fingers in a drunk lady's runny diarrhea shit. And he just looks up and he pulls out his chocolate fingers.
Stop it.
And he's just looking at him. And I'm just looking at him. And I go, "Hey, Donnie." And Donnie's sitting there. "Yeah, what's up?" I go, "You might want to check your rookie." Donnie looks up, sees his rookie standing there
so good.
with these 2 fingers. And I swear to God, without missing a note, Donnie sits there and he goes, dude, it's 2 in the pink and 1 in the stink. You done fucked
Shocker.
It sounds like he has running stuff that would have made a great ship bomb.
I'm over here eating my M&Ms now. Like
I'm pretty sure because we told the paddy wagon, we're like, make sure you got the hose. Because I mean, I'm pretty damn sure that because usually with them, and it's kind of embarrassing. Usually with them, if you took them to that jail and they had that kind of shit like feces and urine and all that stuff, they literally would take it to a burn bin and burn it, and then freaking issue you something new when you left.
That makes a lot of sense. I would burn it all too.
Oh yeah,
burn it all.
Yeah, they would burn it as like a biohazard or whatever. And then when you left, like you get out of jail, they'd give you some like real shitty sweatpants and a t-shirt or whatever so that you could get home. But I'll never forget that.
What movie is that? What movie is that where they get out of jail? There's 2 of them. And the one that's like 80s clothing and one of them's got like a blood stain on it. What movie? I forget.
It's not one of them with Gene Wilder and Richard Pryor, is it?
No.
Shit.
I was thinking one of the Hangover movies, but I might be wrong. I have to look that up.
Hell, I don't know.
Probably was one of the Hangover movies.
Too funny.
That would be one of the Hangover movies for sure. All right, we got to take a commercial break. Y'all don't go away. We'll be right back. For years, our country has been seeking a reliable resource for our veterans. At continuethemission.net, we are that resource, consisting of over 640 thoroughly vetted resources in several different categories. Continue the Mission has the information you need. At Continue the Mission, we are taking our mission one step further and producing a handbook for everyone titled Continue the Mission, We the People Handbook, being released Wednesday, June 23rd, 2021. Author and founder Greg C. Cummings gives insights into topics such as the United States Constitution and government, forming and maintaining constitutional groups and parties, reparations, and homesteading. The list goes on and on. You can purchase your copy of Continue the Mission, We the People's Handbook on the website at continuethemission.net, as well as other reputable retailers such as Barnes & Noble and Amazon. Once again, this book will be available for purchase Wednesday, June 23rd, 2021. Are you tired of having a dirty brown booty hole? Do you wish your booty hole was pure white? Then you can call us at 1-800-BLEACH-MY-BOOTY-HOLE, and we will show you how to do this all naturally. For just $19.95 plus $3.95 shipping and handling, we will send you an instructional manual complete with illustrations on how to put your legs behind your head while on a lawn chair and point your booty hole towards the sun properly. We will teach you how to spread your cheeks so that the sun can naturally bleach all those cracks and crevices that you can't reach otherwise. Act now, and we will throw in a pair of sunglasses to protect your eyes, but not your booty hole. Call 1-800-BLEACH-MY-BOOTY-HOLE naturally now. I had to play it. I'm sorry.
Especially after the story I just told, I seen that one coming.
Yeah. Yeah, it was an absolute must.
I
hope,
don't blame
I hope
you.
she did bleach her I hope she did bleach her booty hole. God bless America. After that,
Bleach your booty hole. Say 5 times fast. Blah, 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 blah.
That story will throw you off.
Oh yeah, absolutely will.
Oh, Jeebus.
I was just and weird. I have this like weird craving for chocolate.
Well, you know, your weird craving for chocolate has literally got me sitting here on Grubhub ordering from 7-Eleven peanut M&Ms and this.
That's what I'm eating: peanut M&Ms and brownie M&Ms.
I tell a story about a dude who sticks his fingers in shit. And now you all want chocolate.
I'm over here mowing down on chocolate.
I'm looking for chocolate donuts now.
I also have
Looking at
Justin. I asked for chocolate when I was, like on my period, and Justin brought me like
Oh,
a shit ton of kisses. They're the ones with the almonds inside, and then the white chocolate and the milk chocolate swirled,
Uh-huh.
and then a whole bunch of M&Ms. I was like, dude, I don't want diabetes. I just wanted a little chocolate.
Diabetes. Chocolate donuts at?
I don't know. You're gonna sit there and stare at that donut, and be like 2 in the.
That's why I was like, the sugar.
Oh shit! I couldn't. I still, when he said, and it was one of those things you didn't expect to come from him. He said that, and I fucking died. I had to walk behind my car and tell my rookie, be like, "Your turn to be out in front." Oh shit!
My god!
Oh man, that was so bad. So funny.
So funny.
Oh
I need
man!
to stop stuff in my face. This is not keto.
But it is Masticators Anonymous, so
I know.
Yes, it's Masticators Anonymous. It's perfectly allowed.
We're every day.
And I had an adult beverage, so of course. I put a little bit of vodka in it.
Oh, there you go.
Just a little.
Who wants vodka tonic? Hold the tonic.
Strawberry ice cream sounds good too.
Yes, she just got a whole half gallon. So,
well, believe it or not, we're in each other's heads. Part of that order was peanut M&Ms, chocolate donuts, and strawberry cheesecake ice cream.
Hell freaking
I kid you not.
Yes.
Oh shit! She was saying something earlier about strawberry ice cream, and I was like, So because I know how the strawberry ice cream is going to go, I made sure I was the first one to crack that open because I know that thing will be gone by tomorrow.
Oh yeah, of course.
That's okay. Hey, I have to do the same thing in this house too. If I don't get to it first, I don't get any of it. So.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have to stash, a bunch of it in my office. I think I'm going to buy, that's what I should have bought. And I forgot to look. It was a little miniature fridge.
A mini fridge?
For my office.
Yep.
They make some really super small now.
No, I don't need a really super small one. I need like...
I have one bookmarked on.
Have a damn Samsung in there with the French open doors.
I need my cheese. I love cheese. Like I get those little Tillamook cheese, like the squares.
Right.
I like those, and then I like to have string cheese and the Baby Bells.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have to. I don't really drink a lot of soda anymore, but every now and then I just want like a cherry Coke.
Right. So
I love cherry Coke.
The one I have bookmarked, I bookmarked it for a reason. I think it's just really totally cool. It's a 16-quart fridge. It's made for your car, your van, your vehicle, boat, etc. But what's really cool, I mean, you charge it from the wall, you can charge it from your solar cells, but keep in mind, I keep saying the word charge. You can charge this thing up and have it completely disconnected and take it with you, and it will stay extremely cold. You can set it for 4 degrees Fahrenheit. So you can put this thing in super freezer mode.
Right.
Like we have one that we'll put in the car every now and then that we keep connected
Right.
in the car. I don't know that it's. I don't think we're able to remove it though. Like
Right. This one you can remove, pick it up, tote it around. $200.
Like we can move it around, but I don't know that it stays cold. I think you know what I mean.
Right. I know what you mean. It has to stay plugged up to stay cold.
Right.
Yeah, I'd have to ask him, but I know we've got something like that. But
this one's pretty cool. I'm actually gonna share this on the screen here because it's pretty cool. I come across it and I was like, ooh, I need that because going out to the river and all. Yeah, I do the.
Well, that's what I'm saying. For the river, that would be perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and you can see,
Justin.
Yeah, 4 degrees to 68 degrees, and it'll hold a charge for a long period of time. I'll just pop the video up here. I thought it was cool because you could charge it at home, and I can have it in the car all the way out to the river, about a 45-minute drive average, and it keeps everything cold. And then when I'm there, I can plug it up to the solar cells and keep going.
Oh my God, I just clicked over to YouTube.
Oh, good God.
And it's where I'm going, Is it that far delayed? That's funny.
YouTube always has like a minute or two. At least.
Yeah, at least that long. But, 16 quart, that's pretty good size.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I was like, yeah, I got to order one of these.
That's so funny. I was over here eating my M&Ms. I gotta get off the YouTube. That's so stupid. Right after his story. I'm literally gonna send that to Justin because that looks cool as hell.
Yeah, that's cool as hell. Cool. And it's all eco-friendly, I was like, this is interesting.
Well, that's impressive for the hippies.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you can even charge your phone on it.
That's the major selling point right there.
Oh, absolutely.
Does your refrigerator charge your phone?
Right? Well, this one will. This one will charge your phone. Yeah, so I thought that was pretty cool. I'm like, I put it in my cart for next week. I'm like, ooh, I got to get one of those. As much as I like going out to the river, that's perfect.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And the fact that it's a portable one, I mean.
It's lady $200.
Yeah, we're not getting one of those anytime real soon. I've still got a printer to buy and some other crap to get before we get that far.
Right?
Do. I'm still trying to book our tickets to the next Redneck Rave.
How much is it?
Well, since the last event ended, it no longer has the tickets up because obviously you can't purchase them. So it doesn't have any pricing on there yet, but I'm trying to track down through here and see. I mean, my best guess, I'm going to say probably about $20-$30. I mean, because it is a redneck rave. I mean, I can't imagine they would be charging a hell of a lot for it.
I don't know though, because the weekend-long country music festival events here, you're looking at like $500-$600.
Yeah, that's true.
That includes your camping space and stuff like that,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll have to just, as it gets closer, see what they do.
Oh, you're damn straight. I got this thing on like a freaking, send me notifications.
Sweet.
She's like, oh, I know we weren't getting it. She just wanted to know.
No, but
yeah, she says we know we weren't going to get it, but
yeah,
that's still her way of planting the seed of
yes, let's think about that one.
I've been married to her for a very long time. Okay, let's see here. So I have found Eventbrite stuff for them from old ones. Shit, they got other events coming up besides the rave that they're sponsoring.
Oh, shit balls.
Not
in Oregon.
Oh, hell no, not there. This is all stuff like Bowling Green, Kentucky, another one in Bowling Green, Kentucky. It looks like they're probably going to be somewhere in Kentucky again based off of what I'm already seeing.
Right.
Looks like most of their events are ranging from $30 to $200, and the $200 are like your VIP pack type things.
Okay, so you're right. It's like straight redneck. All right. That's easy.
That's what they have up now. Now, granted, with all the shit that just came out, the next event might be a little bit higher.
It's going to be even higher probably next time. And the police presence will be probably triple, quadruple because of that article.
Yeah, of course.
You know what I mean?
But here's the other thing that we didn't even think about now that we're going back to that just for a second. So they did that in Blue Holler. Okay. That's right outside of Mammoth Cave or Mammoth, however you say that shit. Cave,
Mammoth?
right? Yeah, Mammoth
Cave.
The big ass cave out there, right? We're talking like around the corner type stuff. I wonder how much shit made it into that cave that they haven't even discovered yet.
That's a good question.
There might be more bodies.
Exactly. They're gonna turn up 3 weeks later with a few lost rednecks.
You guys want to go on an adventure? We're just cave explorers.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That's probably what they were gonna say. I'm gonna sign you up for I'm serious. I'm gonna sign you up for this promo girl though thing here, Rayanne.
Oh hell no! Come on.
You can sign her up to.
I prefer my men with teeth.
Yeah, you can sign her up to win the contest at Hotels.com, where the winner gets to stay in 4 hotels here in Vegas for a month, equivalent of $40,000 price tag, including the Cosmo, World Resorts, MGM, and Caesar's Palace.
Yes.
What did he find?
Yes. Okay, so they have a Snapchat. Okay.
Fuck.
Oh boy.
Did you just go add yourself to it?
Oh boy.
So no, I don't have Snapchat. That's one that I refuse to have because there's too much problems that can happen on that fucking thing.
Yeah.
But, and that is a clue. I want you guys to try to guess what their Snapchat handle is.
Cornholio?
Nope.
Redneck rave.
Nope.
I don't know.
It's not quite that. Ooh, you're getting close.
Oh fuck! I was just throwing out a random statement. Butt stuff.
It does. There is butts. It's butts adjacent.
Their handle is butts adjacent.
No. Oh. It's butts adjacent, meaning that's the
butt stuff adjacent.
I was like, wait a minute.
Oh, Jesus. All right. So their Snapchat handle. Their Snapchat handle to that redneck rave, if you all are interested, look up Butts in Trucks.
Butts in Trucks.
Butts in Trucks. BUTTS, the big letter N in trucks.
I totally snorted. I am so sorry.
Butts in Trucks.
Butts in Trucks.
Oh my God.
Oh, Jeebus. Oh. I'm serious. If we ended up for some reason going to this wherever the hell it was for whatever reason, we would have enough material for this show.
We would really have to lay low though. Like we would like.
Oh fuck that and hell no! I'd be out there with the big old freaking flag.
I'd be out having a good time. Don't get me wrong, but we wouldn't be able to like be around each other making our comments.
No. It'd be like we'd have to have lab station somewhere, me station another. You know,
we have to have a soundproof fucking like trailer.
Yeah, guaranteed.
Because here's the thing, I can tell you right now, especially like me and Lab out there we got merchandise and signs and shit like that, we would be an absolute. I mean, the shit that you could get people to do.
Your dual DJ stuff.
Be like, what do I need to do for a T-shirt? Well, If you go over
No,
there and
but your
check that
dual
some bitch
DJ
over there
stuff
in the
at
car.
night when the artists have stopped performing and everybody's out drinking, you guys could just be mixing.
Yeah.
You know, you'd have a bunch of drunk fuckers around you there.
Gotta,
Oh, look what I can do!
Some wild
So
shit
stupid.
for a T-shirt.
oh yeah. I mean,
Oh,
T-shirt.
I
I
bet.
want one of them there camouflage hats with your letters on it.
All right, you can lick his butthole.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, actually, it'd be the goat. I'd be like, you see that goat over yonder? Lick his butthole. He'd be like, oh, well, shit, I did that just an hour ago.
That's nothing.
Oh my God.
And
That's my sister.
Needless to say, I can order the camouflage hats and put our station logos on them. Absolutely.
Oh hell yeah.
Oh my God.
Because I got the hat press coming in this week, you know. So yeah, and I can get a lot of camouflage hats. Just saying.
That ain't no goat. That's my mama.
You making fun of my mom.
Fuck.
Careful, she's just a little horny over there.
There's this goat farm. There's this goat farm on the way to the beach here. And when we were kids, my dad used to mess with us because on the sign it says kids for sale. And I didn't know at first that that's a baby goat. And my dad would be like, "Oh, you guys, if you guys mess around, I might have to take you there." And I'd be like, "Oh no, don't sell us."
Oh man. Okay, so I'm looking through their one and only promo girl. Okay.
That's just one.
And
okay.
Yeah. I'm just reading through some of the questions because they've got like that whole question and answer session with her, you know, so that I guess people can go whack it to her or some shit like that.
Is it chicken?
No.
Is it salmon?
Salmon?
I'm making fun of fucking what's her face, Jessica Simpson.
Oh yeah. I know which one you're talking about. But
is it chicken or is it fish?
I thought
salmon.
I thought she was talking to me. I was like, what the fuck? Anyways. So I'm reading through some of these questions.
He thought I was that stupid for a minute.
So, well, hey, you have been drinking. And she takes that vodka tonic, hold the tonic.
Yeah. So it's hard vodka.
Of course, I'm reading through these, and of course, some of these are some redneck ass questions, right? Okay. Well, some of the questions are actually pretty serious. It's just some of the
they're redneck
as fuck.
Yeah,
so,
okay.
Where's I see one in here. What is your pet peeve? Fake people and fake news. Another one. What was your worst job ever? Before here, I worked at a gas station. No shit. Let's see. What else do we got here? Okay, here's a really good one. Beer, wine, or whiskey? What do you think she said?
Beer.
Beer, no doubt.
If she were to say wine, I'd be like, not a real country girl.
Okay. This girl is 23, just for reference. What is your favorite memory?
Her life experiences are
we're
phenomenal.
We're getting close to something right there. Okay. So remember, she's 23. What is your favorite memory of your younger self? Not paying bills. Ha 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 ha.
When my daddy used to touch me. I mean, God.
Okay, so here's so now we're getting into okay, she does say that if she could bring back one musical artist, who would she bring back? It would be Tom Petty. Okay, I'm down with that one. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So she's not that stupid. Okay.
But the very next question,
she fucks it all up.
Big time. The very next question. What's the longest you have ever gone without showering?
Oh my God.
4 days.
No, that's not too bad.
That's not too shabby.
See, no, because even when I've been camping, let me tell you, a river or a creek or baby wipes or whatever, like something is going to clean me daily.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. No matter what. Like, I don't even care. I have gotten into cold ass mountain runoff river water, right? Just to lather myself down with all natural soap because I don't want to put that chemical kind of shit, in there, but because I have to. I can't. The thought of ugh. But I'm weird, I guess. I'm super weird about cleanliness and hygiene. So
So
Of course, here's a. What are
wait.
your three number three? Right, three. What are your three turn-ons for you? Having a sense of humor. That's all.
Teletubbies.
So bottom line, folks, if you can make her laugh, you're in there like swimwear, folks.
Wait, what are you gonna say, Lab? You're waiting for it.
Well, I mean, this sparks curiosity, so of course I got to look shit up. But how about some of the dumbest questions and smart ass answers or vice versa ever asked?
Okay.
Question: why are babies so ugly when they are born?
Okay.
Answer: how about you stay underwater for 9 to 10 months, then squeeze through a straw and see how the fuck you look?
I mean, it's not wrong. It's not wrong. I'm in the water for longer than 10 minutes. My fingers start to look like raisins. Imagine, like,
question: how do I get rid of an oily face?
Oh God.
The answer coming from somebody who obviously did not listen to the question. Getting rid of your face is not recommended, no matter how oily it is. The face serves many functions, and you should not try to remove it.
I don't understand.
Another one. So, in other words, they didn't, listen to the whole oily part, I guess. I don't know. How big is specific ocean? Best answer: can you be more Pacific?
I love it when people fuck that up. It cracks me up all the time. The Pacific Ocean. Which one? I always get super sarcastic about that.
Right? Man asked, my wife has changed her Facebook status from married to widowed. Should I be worried? She's planning to kill you. Quick, call the cops.
Not at all. Not at all.
And she changed it before.
All right. Right. You guys planning a vacation anytime soon? Don't go.
Question to somebody who dyes hair, to a hair person. Is it true that if you dye your hair a week before your period, the dye doesn't color as well? Beautician's answer.
The fuck?
Right? Beautician's answer. It seems like most of your brain cells are already dead, so I'm sure you have nothing to worry about.
I snorted again. I am becoming my mom. This is bullshit. I used to always laugh at her. I'd be like, some pig. Damn it.
Question to, I don't know who, it doesn't say, but it says her question. I'm 15 years old, so far I've had 18 partners in the past 2 years. Is this normal?
Damn.
Hooer.
Best answer.
Somebody come get their child.
Right. Best answer. This must have been one of those online Yahoo things. It had to have been. Best answer she got. 18 partners in 2 years would be normal for a 12-year-old. By 15, you should have 40 to 50.
Oh, what the actual fuck? Oh my God. And this is the shit that gives my boyfriend nightmares. Like, she's about to be 12.
Question to a doctor. How do I've
been around for some of these ones. Let's hear it.
Right. Question to a doctor. How do I lose 50 pounds in a month? Doctor's answer, amputation. Do you really need legs?
You gotta love doctors with a sense of humor.
Oh my god.
This one I love.
Oh no.
Oh shit.
Does being pansexual mean you don't wear pants? Answer, no, it means you are attracted to pots, pans, dishes, etc. I know a girl from my school who is pansexual. She just got married to a Betty Crocker pot and a real gold digger. Be right back.
Wait. There's that username. Is it username on Clapper? Only pans.
Only pans, yeah.
I laugh every time I see it. Where did he go? Oh, his DoorDash.
Oh yeah, I forgot he ordered something. He just up and disappeared.
I was like, what the fuck? That's where it got too far.
Oh god. I thought maybe he fell out of his chair.
We were wondering where you went. We thought you fell out of your chair, and I was like, "Oh yeah, DoorDash."
Yeah, yeah, man, I got my M&Ms. I'm gonna sit here and masticate.
Oh my god.
That is so funny. Yep.
Some of these are just like fucking outrageous. Okay, so
Keep yawning. That's not good.
no,
It's not.
So
It's
there's
not my
one,
norm. It's because I stopped drinking. Damn it.
right?
Yeah, that's the reason.
Usually when I stop, I get tired.
Well, bring it on there.
I know, right? Give me a drink. Yep. I did not have dinner either.
Oh, there's nothing in there absorbing anything either.
There's some M&Ms.
M&Ms. Oh yeah, they're known for their absorption.
Yeah. Oh, knowledge! I'm so happy that you have fun with us. We are.
Oh man.
We are something else.
Yes.
Question: is rainbow trout a good name for a baby girl?
Are you fucking serious?
Who the fuck would?
Why would that be a? That's got to be like a San Francisco, Portland, or Seattle. That's got to be.
It's got to be
Probably from Portland.
best answer. I think sockeye salmon is a lot nicer. How about Alaskan cod or simply prawn for your spawn?
Prawn for your spawn.
Tilapia.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. I can't even.
Oh shit. As the mastication continues.
Rainbow trout.
Trout of the rainbows.
That one just totally glitched me.
Fucking rainbow trout.
Another one of those doctor ones. Why do I feel I have butterflies in my stomach? Doctor asks, have you been eating caterpillars? I like that doctor already.
Oh my god, a milkshake sounds so good.
Yeah, she's teasing everybody.
Where is my man?
Get him in
Go
here
now.
I need milkshake and vodka.
Stat.
This one I've
Vodka
not-
milkshake.
So, question: do they have toilet paper in Canada? My dad told me it's not a part of their culture, but I wasn't sure. Answer: that's a really good question. You know, they do not. Every time I've been to Toronto and other places, I've packed an extra suitcase full of our special European toilet paper so I wouldn't have to use the maple leaves during my stay. First, I did try selling some rolls to my Canadian friends, but they weren't interested. Say hi to your dad. I can see he has raised his children right.
Oh my god.
Wow. Which is worse, ignorance or apathy? Answer: I don't know, and I don't care.
I don't know.
That's freaking great.
Wait, what?
Oh no.
Wait, who?
Misspelling.
Okay,
Help.
so you're looking up. So you're looking up all these different things for that. I found one, and this is something that I found years ago. So, and I don't even think they're around anymore. But you guys remember Qantas Airlines? QUANTS. Okay. Well, they were one of the only major airlines that had never had an accident for a very long period of time, right? So this is some of the actual reports that the pilots, of course, a pilot, after they get done flying the plane, they have to turn in a maintenance thing, say, hey, this is something that we noticed was wrong with the plane, et cetera, and then maintenance has to go in and fix it, right? These are actual things that pilots complained about and the answers that these maintenance guys came. Listen to some of this shit, okay? So the pilot, left inside main tire almost needs replacement.
I've heard a bunch of these. I love it.
The maintenance guy, almost replaced left inside main tire. Number 2, propeller seeping prop fluid. Number 2, propeller seeping normal. Numbers 1, 3, and 4, propellers lack normal seepage. Let's see. Pilot, dead bugs on windshield. Maintenance man, live bugs on back order. We'll put them in as soon as they come in.
What the
It gets better, trust me.
The pilot, target radar hums. Maintenance man, reprogram target radar with words. No more humming. This is one of my personal favorite ones. Pilot, there's a mouse in the cockpit. Maintenance man, installed cat.
Yes.
Pilot,
I know my favorite one.
Pilot, aircraft handles funny. Maintenance man, aircraft warned to straighten up, fly right, and be serious.
Right there. That's my favorite one right there.
Oh my god.
Pilot, number 3 engine is missing. Maintenance man, engine found on right wing after a brief search. And then my all-time.
Do they just fuck with each other? I mean,
this is, and like I said, these are real reports. So these are things that their supervisors and shit are looking at. Yep. And this is my all-time top favorite. Pilot, strange knocking sound coming from engine. Sounds like midget holding a hammer and beating on area. Pilot, we found midget in area, removed hammer.
Why did he even have that to begin with? Who told him he could have that?
Yeah, those work orders are hilarious.
Oh shit!
Well, this one was obviously a misspelling, and the guy meant to say pennies. However,
penis.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Help! I can't get my penis out of the toaster. Answer: you have to wait until it's toasted properly, and then it will just pop up by itself.
Wow.
Oh shit! Oh my god, that's so wrong, but so funny. Oh shit! Oh.
Wow. Some of these things, man, people ask and question. It's like, wow.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So it's one of those things where you just gotta wonder what goes through people's heads or what doesn't go through people's heads in a lot of cases.
Clearly, what doesn't.
Right.
Oh man. What you got? What you got?
What kind of bees produce milk?
Oh shit.
Answer. What kind of cow produces honey?
Oh shit, that reminds me of that video I put up.
Oh my god. I'm
see
so
that one?
alpha. I drink bull's milk. God.
Like, who the fuck's
I
gonna
was
tell
like,
him?
everyone tell this kid he's drinking cum. Like, bull's milk. Did you milk it straight from the udder too? You like what?
Oh shit. Was it warm going down?
Ah. Was it salty and warm? How the F did you think that was milk?
Oh shit. I drink bull's milk for breakfast. You do know the bull is the male, right? Oh shit, that's
wow.
wrong. But funny as hell. Funny.
Smart ass teacher answer.
Ooh, I love those.
Student, if evolution is true, then why do pigs not have wings? Teacher answer. Because evolution doesn't give you wings, Red Bull does.
Hey.
Oh man.
Oh. I don't know what I'm gonna. I got pizza.
Ooh. Is it local or is it?
I don't know. Well, it's not keto.
Oh well.
Can you take that?
Just as long as you're masticating.
On the coffee table.
Yes, as long as you're masticating, we're
The
good.
dogs can come up here. That's fine. Yeah, I'll be
Did
masticating.
you tell him that you needed more vodka?
No. I shouldn't. I have my ranch with my pizza.
Ranch with the pizza.
It's my favorite in the whole world.
Somebody actually asked, was Abraham Lincoln a vampire slayer?
Oh my god. Really?
Yep.
That is awful.
Although I will say the book was better than the movie. The book was actually pretty good.
I didn't even bother to watch the movie. I looked at it and I go, no.
The movie before I read the book, but reading the book, yeah, the book's better.
It was really hot. It burnt my mouth. No, my eyes are watering.
Question.
I tried to masticate and nope.
Holy shit.
Question. How was the routine of milking cows for milk discovered? Best answer?
I've always wondered that. Like, who just went up to
shit
their
that I think
nipples
about.
and was like, doop, doop, doop. Oh, look it, we could drink it. Ooh. Like, who discovered shit? Like, who looked at a plant and like wrapped it up and decided, hey, we can smoke it, you know?
Yeah.
Best answer? I'm guessing there was a cow molester.
Oh, Jesus.
But yeah, it does make you wonder those kind of things. I mean, like who came up with? I mean, and it
like
obviously not just
linguists who look at something and goes, "I'm going to call this a fork."
Yeah,
right.
You know, but this is all shit that I thought about when I was high.
Or even, I mean, maybe that's where a lot of this shit came from. People just got fucking stoned, didn't know what the fuck it was.
Exactly.
See, I've always wondered, like, you know, so like in different cultures, for example, there's certain things, certain words that are offensive here, but they're not offensive in other cultures, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like twat.
Well, not just that, but like, okay, so like the middle finger, right? The bird.
Mhm.
It's very offensive here, right? People know, hey, that means fuck you and all that kind of shit.
Sure.
Right.
But-
Some people it's offensive.
Yeah. But, well, yeah. But like,
Others of us were like, "Oh yeah, you're number one twice." Like,
yeah, some of us just respond back.
yeah, some of us just
But,
don't give a shit.
That's called the 33s.
Hi, babies. Oh, hey, no.
But like, so like if I've heard, and I'd have to verify, but I've heard like if you go to Australia or something like that, and you do this, that means fuck you. Not this means absolutely nothing, but this means fuck you down in
This
Australia.
means I need a ride.
Exactly. Here, that means we need a ride. But if you're hitchhiking down in
Outback.
Australia, you might get
Outback.
shot. But I mean, so like,
so if I said Outback, they would think that I want to get
fucked out back. Hey,
yeah. I will keep that in mind.
that may come in handy. Are you fucking serious? Well, so I've also got, like, I'm looking at the past videos from these past redneck raves, and I just saw a guy on a Sea-Doo on land going through a cornfield.
Okay.
Trying to figure out how it worked, but it worked.
That's what you call
Okay.
cornholio redneckery.
Exactly. But to go back to what I was saying, like, who decided that the word fuck, that's offensive. That is a dirty word.
Have you looked up the origin of the word fuck?
No, but I have a funny feeling you have.
I have. It's there's a whole thing about it.
Do tell. Educate us.
I would need to pull it up and look at it, but if you type in like Google, I'm over here trying to eat my pizza.
Fine.
That's how I found the town of fucking.
Origin of the word.
Oh shit. Yep, we definitely got to go to this next redneck rave. They've already confirmed Adam Calhoun will be there as well.
I like Adam Calhoun.
But my thing with that one is, you know how many people he's going to pull into that motherfucker.
Yeah, it's going to be huge. Okay, so a fucking short history of the F word.
A short history of fucking.
Fuck isn't an Anglo-Saxon word either. The F word is of Germanic origin, related to Dutch, German, and Swedish words for to strike and to move back and forth. It first appears, though, only in the 16th century in a manuscript of the Latin orator Cicero.
So Cicero, okay.
So it's the action of moving back and forth that caused the word fuck.
That, like I said, that's where at least we know one of those definitions makes sense now.
Yeah.
But it goes on. This is funny. Why is my computer acting up? Okay. An anonymous monk was reading through the monastery copy of De Officiis. There it is.
De Officiis.
I feel like I'm still saying that wrong. But when he felt compelled to express his anger about his abbot, oh, de fucking abbot, he scrawled in the margin of the text. We can be sure that this was because he helpfully recorded the data in another comment. 1528. It is difficult to know whether the annotator intended fucking to mean having sex, as in that guy is doing too much fucking for someone who is supposed to be celibate, or whether he used it as an intensifier to convey his extreme dismay.
I was wondering about that.
Yeah, that's
that very same question.
Because at the time he wrote that definition would have only had the one meaning.
Supposed to only have the one meaning.
Supposed to have only the one meaning.
Or at least
he's the one that created the intensifier to begin with.
But here, I will copy paste this into the chat.
That fucking monk.
But yeah, think about it. I mean, it's come a long way since it started, I guess.
No, I need you to go lay down on your side, okay?
Let's see. Oh, kiddos. It's waiting for the link preview to load.
Well, it's going to take its own sweet time.
There we go.
The Huffington Post of all places. And copy.
And paste. So
sorry, Redneck Grave. You'll be looked at later.
I gotta get a spoon.
He's got to get a spoon for his cheesecake.
Is cheesecake ice cream? Oh my gosh.
This is not found. Bullshit.
Okay, so here, let me send it this way then. See if that worked.
See if what worked?
Oh, do you not sync your WhatsApp up to your phone or your computer?
I do not know.
You
I do.
should.
Yeah.
Well, and I only say that because you could open up that link on your computer screen instead of on your phone.
I don't even know how to do that shit.
I will teach you at some point. Maybe not right now, but
Nah, not right now. I'm good.
Strawberry shortcake ice cream on a donut.
I bet.
Stop it. Are you sure you didn't smoke?
Oh, I haven't actually.
It is legal in Nevada now, so.
It is. It's legal here too, which is awesome.
Mm-hmm. But
I have a hard time sleeping, so every now and then I'll do like a edible to help me sleep.
Oh yeah.
But
Edibles
the
are the
smoking
bomb.
of it gives me headaches.
Oh, here we go. Found it. Just a quick Google search will take me there as well.
There you go.
These damn dogs are sitting here begging.
Those damn dogs. Decimated by plague. Yada yada yada. Do.
So, what was a trivia question here? What was the biggest thing to end in 1896?
The what? The biggest thing to end?
The biggest thing to end, or what ended, I should say, either way, in 1896.
Well, let's see.
Common sense.
Probably.
Industrial Revolution?
No. 1895.
Oh.
So stupid.
Well, you know, this is smart ass answers from students.
I love it.
Of course. And here I thought for a second he was asking a real trivia question.
Oh, knowledge. Don't even worry about that. I mean, honestly, if I was just looking and I think we only have a couple people viewing. So maybe we shut down around that time unless more people come in.
Shut down around when? What?
Yeah, what?
20-something minutes is when knowledge has to go.
Oh, yeah. About 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
That's not what I figure. I've been keeping track.
That's awesome.
I'm glad somebody's keeping track around here. Whoop, that's not what I want.
Our numbers, though, have looked really good for tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, they have. For the first time doing this show on this platform, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Freaking phenomenal.
And we've noticed that on our dual DJs, the numbers keep going up and up. So
Good.
as word gets out on the show, more and more people are going to start coming in.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Absolutely.
Do.
Jeopardy.
Now I'm trying to look up some fucked up shit. Kill the goblin. I want to kill the goblin.
Almost
It's
2
almost
a.m.
2 a.m. for knowledge.
Yeah, he's Eastern time, I think. Yeah, he's in Virginia. He's on Eastern time zone.
Mm-hmm.
Well, wait a minute. Then what time is it for you, Laird?
Almost 1 o'clock.
Your kiddos are still awake?
He probably snuck in here because he woke up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because he's been in Daddy's little snuggle buddy here lately, apparently. So he's been sleeping on my side of the bed.
That's cute.
He wanted a drink. Okay.
Yeah, ours do that too, you know.
Oh, he wanted a drink.
Well, what kind of drink did he want, honey? Vodka tonic? Give him some whiskey, though.
Send him over to Aunt Rianne's.
Yeah. We're putting him on a plane now.
Send him over to Portland.
Oh, yeah.
Portland. Actually, we don't trust Portland. We'll send him to Boise. You go get him.
Well, we just moved out of Portland, so.
That's a good thing.
Yes, it is.
Yep.
DMV all day. Yeah. Yep. I've been to the Virginia DMV. Yeah, that's not a fun experience.
No DMV is fun.
No,
Virginia's extra special. Trust me.
I sat for 4.5 hours at one here once.
Shit,
Just to renew.
our DMVs are so shit. They open at 6:00 in the morning,
Damn it.
Damn.
and the line starts at about 4 a.m.
That don't surprise me.
Ours finally moved to allowing stuff online. We never did before.
Yeah, he looks exactly like me. The baby looks just like his mom. And then Junior, he's probably a pretty good mix of the two of us.
Well, there you go.
But yeah, it's funny. That one, the baby, we can already tell is stubborn like his dad. And probably is going to end up acting like me. That one, he looks exactly like me, but acts just like his mother. So,
what are you trying to say?
oh, I'm not saying anything.
Inquiring minds would like to know.
Oh, no, she knows it. Trust me. She knows exactly what we mean because she's the one that noticed it.
Yeah, here in Las Vegas, Knowledge, certain times of the year, they open at 6 a.m.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That is when I would be drunk on the strip all night the night before, and I would just go stand in line and be like, fuck it, I was already up. Yeah. This is what you get. Oh, it's my mascara. It's supposed to look like that. You don't worry. You don't worry about that, okay?
I mean, your DMV picture usually does look like shit anyway. So, I mean, hey, make it a
good. Where am I looking?
Yeah,
right.
Fucking Popeye on there.
Mm-hmm.
And there's that.
I mean, it would be fun. You can get married in Vegas at 4 a.m.
As if that's never.
Then you go to the DMV and change your name.
And hey, nowadays, now that they've got a couple of sports teams there, you can get married at 4 a.m., change your name at 6 a.m., and at noon you can catch an NFL game.
Right, because it's the Vegas Raiders now.
Yep.
The Vegas Raiders. Oh, and we're also getting a professional lacrosse team.
Ooh. Wait a minute. There's a professional lacrosse league?
Yep.
I didn't even know that
I didn't even know that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it has some big names behind it, backing it up. I can't remember who half of them were. Yeah.
Like I said, I didn't know there was I knew lacrosse was getting big. I just didn't know it was getting that big.
Let's see if I can find the story.
Vegas just starting to come up now, ain't they?
Oh yeah.
They're like, we're trying to make this a family town. Let's get some sports teams here.
The last time I was in Vegas, they were still building the stadium, but that was February of 2020.
I've heard that stadium is beautiful.
It is. It's gorgeous. It's all done.
I would have been there in March. I would have been in there in October. I would have been there in March again this year. We go March and October all the time.
Well, then. We need to get some weight mattress kids because he's been having trouble going to sleep at night. Yeah, because he's a night owl. That's why.
Yeah, probably.
Get some of that nap time.
He don't do the naps no more.
No.
Drug.
This is chloroform.
Oh yeah. Forgot about that.
Yeah, we got a 15-year-old swimmer heading for the Olympics from Vegas here. Ah, there we go.
They swim in Vegas?
I guess. I don't know where.
Yeah.
So, yeah, here it is. So the official report, we now have a better idea of the faces behind the Las Vegas National Lacrosse League team. The league said the franchise will be co-owned by Hockey Hall of Famer Wayne Gretzky, Baseball Hall of Famer Brooklyn Nets, and Brooklyn Nets head coach Steve Nash, professional golfer Dustin Johnson, and businessman and Brooklyn Nets owner Joe Tsai. Mark Fine has been named the chief executive officer for the team, and they will begin playing in the 22-23 season.
Huh.
It will be the NLL's 15th team.
What is it? NLL?
Yeah, National Lacrosse League.
National.
NLL.
I'm gonna look some of this up and just see how long National Lacrosse League. Yeah, that popped right up.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I know Vegas has been vying. Yeah, they've been vying to get a Major League Baseball team and a NBA team here as well.
See, NBA would be easier because they've already got the NHL team, and it's no NHL teams and NBA teams notoriously share venues.
Mm-hmm.
They would just plant the NBA team in T-Mobile Arena.
Yeah.
The problem with baseball, because see, San Antonio has been fighting for decades to get a professional baseball team here.
They've been talking about it here in Portland for forever too.
Oh yeah, and the problem that some of these towns have, especially if you're a historical city like San Antonio, the problem that they have is Major League Baseball's new rules on stadium building.
Mm-hmm.
Quite frankly, are fucking ridiculous. Because in order for you to successfully court an expansion franchise, or any franchise for that matter, even if somebody elects to move, you have to make an agreement with Major League Baseball that you will build a stadium in the greater downtown area of whatever city you're moving to. So
do that in a second.
Well, like I said, a place like Vegas can do that, but like some towns, they just can't do that anymore. I mean, could you imagine going to like I said, we'll use San Antonio as an example. Could you imagine them saying, "Oh, you need to put it in the major downtown area"? Hell, 90% of the major downtown area for San Antonio is historical protected sites.
Right.
So I mean, they basically just said we will never put one there for you. And then what also kills me about Major League Baseball, and this is just my personal opinion on sports just for a second when it comes to him, I think that the current commissioner is a fucking moron because there are towns out there, cities out there that could easily support any franchise that you put out there. Okay.
Sure.
What is his next plan? Keep in mind who just won the World Series, the Washington Nationals and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So his big idea is the next team or the next city that's going to get a professional baseball team, whether it be expansion or a move team, is fucking Montreal.
Oh, wow.
It's like you just moved a team from there.
Yep.
Even we're talking 10 years ago because they couldn't sell tickets.
Uh-huh.
And your big idea is because now those people up there are bitching about that team being gone because that team moved to a different city and now has won a World Series. Your big idea is, we're going to give them a team. When you've got cities like Portland, San Antonio, there's another one.
All right, I have got to pee. I'll be back.
Okay.
Real.
Another one, there's not Louisville, but there's another one in Kentucky. What's the other? Lexington. That these are places where they would do successful there. But no, big idea. Oh, we're going to go back to Montreal. They just fucking failed. Why would you give them a franchise again when they just fucking failed at maintaining what they had?
Right.
I mean, that to me has always never made any fucking sense.
Yeah. I'll share the screen with you here.
Uh-huh.
We do have one hell of a baseball stadium here in Vegas.
Is this where UNLV plays?
I believe so. Yeah.
Las Vegas ballpark. Yeah, I think so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, we got to stay. That's the reason why they keep looking at a major league team coming here, because we have the stadium for it.
Right.
I mean, it's a freaking huge ass damn stadium.
But see, like I said, I mean, I don't know. I mean, Vegas is on the move when it comes to that kind of stuff. But like I said, I think Vegas is starting to move it's always going to be the Sin City and all that kind of stuff. But it seems like in the last 10, 15 years, they've been trying to maintain a population by bringing in more family friendly entertainment, like a hockey team, like a football team, something that, people grow up going, oh yeah, I grew up a Raiders fan because they were the local team. They're trying to get that type of experience. And I understand why. I mean, yes, obviously the entertainment venues they have are always going to be there. But I mean, Vegas, for hell, since its inception, has always been more of a transient city.
Yeah.
I mean, people come, they're there for entertainment purposes, they leave. I mean, very rarely, at least in my experience, would you meet somebody who was like, oh yeah, I'm from Vegas.
Right.
They might be from the Vegas area, but very rarely would you meet anybody that would be like, oh yeah, I'm from Vegas. It would be more like, oh yeah, I'm from Vegas, but we lived in Minnesota and then we moved down there and blah, 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 blah. I mean, that would be the typical conversation I would have with somebody who would be from that area.
Right.
But
yeah, now it's well, probably over the past 10 or 15 years now, it's I'm from Vegas. They born and raised here.
Yeah. So, I mean, well, hell, you've got what's that Major League Baseball player? Bryce Harper is from Vegas.
Bryce Harper. Yeah.
He's the first big name anything as far as sports goes that I ever remember them saying, oh yeah, he's from Vegas. I mean, in any league. Yes. I mean, that's the only person that I know for sure is from Vegas, and we'll say they're from Vegas.
Right. Oh yeah, absolutely. And they're smart out here because they decided Allegiant Stadium is only where the Raiders are concerned for the football games themselves. Beyond that, the Raiders don't even get to go there.
Yeah.
They're using it for concerts and anything and everything else.
Yeah.
Well, and then, of course, they have the golf ball they're building out here, as I called it, with the world's most advanced sound system.
Oh, you were talking about that.
The golf ball?
That's what he's been calling.
Is it like the Epcot Center, kind of like out of Florida?
Better.
Well, no, I mean, isn't that what they modeled the Epcot Center after or something? Was I could be wrong.
Not exactly. Let me see if I can find it.
But I am looking at this National Lacrosse League that we were talking about just to kind of keep some things going here.
Sorry.
No, it's been around since 1986. I didn't know that shit.
Really?
Oh yeah.
As long as I've been alive? That's weird.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just now hearing about it just because of they're going to Vegas. But yeah,
there's this MSG Sphere is what they call it. Let's see if I can find you the pictures.
MSG Sphere.
Yeah. I couldn't remember what the hell they called the damn thing.
MSG. Is it non-GMO?
I was getting
that right. So here, I'm going to share this screen.
I mean,
this is the concept drawings of what it will look like. This is the outside of it. So they can project any image they want to on the outside. This is the current construction of it. And we just call it the big old golf ball.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of the images now on Google, and man, that thing's going to be pretty fucking cool.
Yeah. So they project these like this one here. It's got these scuba divers.
That looks like, okay, so it looks like it's by...
That's taking up a massive land area from what I...
It's by the links. It's by...
Yeah, it's right there by the links, the Ferris wheel, or very close to the
strip
where the Venetian is at.
I'm looking at overall these concept pictures, and these concept pictures making it look like it's going to be fucking huge.
It is huge.
Have you been to Vegas before?
Briefly.
So did you ever drive through the strip?
I could not tell you anymore. I've been on the strip, but I couldn't tell you streets or locate like you guys speaking.
Well, no, I am only asking because literally one Vegas block on the strip is like the equivalent of 10 normal street blocks. Like
that makes sense.
In it, like, because each one of those hotels or resorts takes up that whole entire space,
Right.
I didn't know that part.
Well, and I might be exaggerating with 10. It was either 8 or 10. I can't remember what it is, but I remember thinking to myself, oh, walking the strip would be easy. And the very first time I went, we decided to try to do the whole entire strip. I had the worst blisters because I was wearing flip-flops.
Yep.
Ooh.
On the bottom of my feet. The very first night in Vegas, my very first time in Vegas.
Yep. It's not easy to walk the entire.
No, and one block is huge when you compare it to a regular size city block.
Holy shit. You know, this isn't, as I'm looking through this and I'm clicking on news stories, you know, there's going to be more than one of these sphere things.
Yeah.
It says there's going to be another one in London.
Yes.
That's cool.
Damn.
And I know one of the guys working on it, he's actually involved in installing the sound system, and it is the world's most advanced sound system.
So what's the purpose of it?
I was getting ready to say, is it going to be concerts and stuff? Or
Yes,
why is it going to go
concert,
international? Is this how they're going to read our minds?
Yeah, so concerts, plays, operas, all kinds of stuff will happen on the inside. I'm waiting to see what all they decide to have there, because I'm sure it's going to be good no matter what it is.
Well, if it's got that kind of sound system in it, I mean,
it'll broadcast whether or not you've had the vaccination.
that'll be the warning thing for the global invasion. That's why they're putting one in Vegas, one in London.
Right?
There's going to be one in Laos. There's going to be one in Lagos.
All over the place.
And they're all going, and the one thing they have in common is they're all going to be in L-named cities. So,
yep.
The entire outside of it is a projection screen. So they will show previews of all the different events that will be happening in there, from regular concerts to this, that, or the other. And the entire outside of that thing is a 360-degree, all the way around it, video screen.
That's amazing.
That is completely amazing. I can hardly wait to see it.
Vegas blows me away every time I'm there.
Yeah.
And I find something new and exciting every time I'm there.
Oh, absolutely.
Have you done the Mob Museum?
Oh, yeah. I did that years ago.
Freaking love the Mob Museum.
Absolutely.
Well,
I want to do the other one.
Hello from Edinburgh.
Edinburgh, Scotland.
Ooh, I would have said that totally wrong.
Well, we're not technically saying it right, but
well, but it's morning over there.
Mm-hmm.
And for me going on a little after 11 here.
Same.
A little after 1 a.m.
But yeah, I can hardly wait to see what they do with that thing.
Yeah, well, like I said, I'm looking at because I see that there's going to be two. They've got some of the concept up for the London one, and they actually have where they're advertising on this concept where it's going to be like they've got a big, advertisement for a concert and the guys up there singing and all that kind of shit and how it takes up the whole fucking globe.
Right.
Well, you're in luck, Helen. Both these guys are of Scottish descent, so
yep.
I would hope that they got the closest to it than anybody else has.
Yes, it's Edinburgh. Don't say Edinburgh. That's a place in Indiana.
Edinburgh.
I would have said Berg.
Yeah.
It's Edinburgh, Scotland.
Edinburgh.
And in fact, Laird is currently wearing his kilt. I know I am not. I'm not wearing mine tonight, but he typically wears his kilt. So, and we are both of Scottish descent.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not wearing mine tonight. It's too damn hot here in Vegas right now to be wearing my kilt.
You should be.
Well, you got the 5 yard. Put the 5 yard on.
Oh, hell no. Screw that. I'll put the utility kilt on. I am not pulling out the great kilt. Hell no.
I think I'm wearing an 8 yard one right now, but
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's the length, well, not the length, but it's the total yardage of material used in the kilt.
That's what I was saying. It would provide a nice breeze. You get a fan, get that oscillating in there.
Oh, I've got a fan going, and yeah, it's
spread eagle.
Well, now see here in Vegas. See, this is the thing. Here
There
in
you go.
Vegas, all we get's a hot breeze. Now, fortunately, I don't
It just
have any.
blows hot air around.
Yeah, so for any normal guy, they wear a kilt here in the summertime, and you've got hot roasted nuts.
But
That's the bottom line. That's what a kilt does for you.
Your sweaty balls.
Sweaty balls.
Sweaty balls. She goes, ooh, which tartan is that?
That would be the Ross Hunting.
See,
Mhm.
still don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, just
All the different colors, hash marks, etc., represented the different clans.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, my family
commonly
is
wear black
Irish.
Yep,
There is an Irish national kilt.
there is.
Is there?
Because contrary to popular belief, there were, especially when you get to the more western parts of Ireland, they did wear kilts in the western parts of Ireland or
I'm gonna have to
eastern
look
parts
up
of
my
Ireland.
family's heritage. I don't know a whole lot about it.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Going good there. Vibes, how are you doing? Yeah, hang on. I'll look and see if I got because my flash, because of my mother's side of the family being Irish, I typically wear the Irish national flash. And then I typically wear the black watch kilt most of the time for my father and grandfather who were part of the Black Watch. But hang on, I'll see if I can find that flash real fast. I'll show you what it looks like, Rian.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have the hunting version, Blair.
Yes, there's many different versions. Like this is the Ross Hunting. You have the weathered versions. You have different ones. Actual clan. And here's the thing. I mean, today used to be that the clan thing was something that was created by vendors to kind of get people to try to do the family pride thing. Really far back in the day, didn't really fucking matter.
So
Okay.
that's the Irish national. Okay.
Okay, that's pretty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I'll wear it with the Black Watch on a regular basis, but that's it right there. I was actually showing you the wrong side.
No, it's okay. It's very pretty.
Really?
I think we're at the end of the show, are we not?
We're getting close.
Getting close.
Well, I think we got like another 15, 20 minutes, it looks like.
Is that what it is? I ain't got my glasses on, so I can't hardly see the clock.
Yeah, I think we got about 20 minutes.
Whenever. We're adults.
And then my Glengarry is, of course, Black Watch. But both my father and my grandfather were involved with the Black Watch at one point in time, so I still wear it within their honor. Oh, yeah, we're close to finishing. We've been going 4 hours now, Helen.
This is a typical radio show.
Yep.
And you have actually walked into the very tame portion.
Very tame.
Yeah.
You'd have been here
tonight's been all over the place.
Yes. Yes. Well, actually, Helen, that's actually a typical radio talk shows usually run about 4 hours. So.
Mm-hmm. Yep. 4 hour marks. Typically here in America, we do, as radio DJs, we do 4 hour stints, 2 hour breaks, and then another 4 hours, and then 2 hour break.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. That's typical for us. But we are running out of steam. You can always tell because towards the end we get a little quiet.
Yeah.
Well, that and I'm reading up some stuff here on this lacrosse thing. So,
yeah, it's cool. We're getting.
I know knowledge can tell you. Knowledge has been with us all night.
yes.
Oh yeah, very.
Knowledge has been through the fluctuations.
The fluctuations, the shit bombs, the vibrators,
the vibrators.
We're at the tame portion of the show.
Yep.
I'm never gonna live those down.
So, to go back to our damn, I didn't know that guy's a big name coaching a lacrosse team.
Oh yeah, he does.
Let's see. So I'm looking at this lacrosse thing again, and here are the current teams, including the 2 expansion teams that are coming in next year.
Okay.
So right now they have Vancouver, Calgary, Saskatchewan, Toronto,
So it's all Canadian. Who cares?
Nope. These are just the Canadian teams. And
Okay.
then when you come down to the U.S., you've got the New York Riptides, Albany, something or other, Rochester, Buffalo, the Philadelphia Wings, which apparently is the big club because that's where they're headquartered. The entire.
Okay.
Then you got the Georgia Swarm, the Colorado Mammoths, the San Diego Seagulls, or Seals now.
Bye,
And
Helen.
you have the Panther City Lacrosse, which is going to be in Fort Worth. And then right now it just says Las Vegas for the Vegas team. So. But this name sounds very familiar. It's a Canadian former. Oh, nope, different John. Different John Tavares. Never mind.
Knowledge. Did we drop some knowledge on you?
Yes. Knowledge. Got some knowledge.
Yeah. Got knowledge.
You got some
I got edumacated tonight.
You got some edumacation.
Like when you go to a redneck party, don't hit on anyone. Yes.
Yes. Do not hit on it. You don't know.
You're not sure.
Sisters.
You're not sure if it's their sister, their cousin, their mom, all three. Like.
And you'd be amazed at how they will bring just about anybody in. Everybody's welcome at a redneck party as long as you don't hit on the sister, cousin, wife.
And they could possess all those titles.
Yeah, they really could. There's some of I mean, you get into parts of West Virginia and Kentucky, that shit gets a little dicey.
If they look alike, and a lot of them do, there's a reason.
You gotta start paying attention to things like, ooh, okay, there's blonde hair, blue eyes, blonde hair, blue eyes.
They all look the same when they take their teeth out.
Yeah.
They're probably related.
Mm-hmm.
Shit.
Oh man.
I'm telling you though, when Justin sent me that link today, I was just dying, and you guys are the first two that I thought of. That I was like, I have to share this. I shared it with you guys and Sneaky.
Oh God. I got him on that one video because he sent a reply back to the video of the guy that was drinking the bowl of milk or whatever.
Yeah.
I told him, I said, I thought you knew him. He's like,
not Virginia. Virginia is, the snobby. I'm just kidding. I'm comparing it like I do Portland to everything else. But in West Virginia,
it's them Western Virginians. And the funny thing is, like, there are, like, once you get into like Clarksburg and all that stuff, there are some very pretty spots. Like ladies with teeth.
What?
He likes his ladies with teeth.
We were talking about the redneck party again.
Oh yeah.
If they all look the same when they take their teeth out, that's an indication that they might be all related.
The thing is, you say that now, but remember, if they ain't got no teeth, there ain't no chance for scraping.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. Oh my God.
His mind just blew. He's like, wait a minute, what?
Stay out of the hollers of Alabama.
Right. Well, and in Kentucky too, apparently.
Yeah. Get them hollers in Kentucky and West Virginia. I mean, sun comes up at about, 11, goes down about 3. That's how deep them hollers are.
Yep, pretty much. Yeah, there's still some places in the Blue Ridge Mountains. You get up into them hillbilly communities, they still only run on outhouses and well water, no hot and cold running water, no electricity, none of that. You walk up in there and it's like Deliverance live.
Mm-hmm. Well, they used to have a show on History Channel about that shit.
Yep.
I forget what it was called, but they went way up in there with some of them, and
some Hills Have Eyes shit.
Yeah, pretty damn close. Pretty damn close.
Hills Have Eyes. That's a Las Vegas thing. That was filmed north of here.
That's a desert thing there. That's a whole other.
Yeah, but that's about what it's like.
In some cases, yeah, without the radiation.
Right.
Yeah.
So here in Oregon, you guys maybe you already know,
Bigfoot.
there's
Yeah.
a very, very large clan presence.
Oh yeah.
No shit.
Very large. Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that about Oregon. I thought
In
they
fact,
were all
my
like,
grandparents had property up Wildcat. It's called Wildcat Mountain, so it's in the Mount Hood National Forest, right?
Mhm.
And if we went wandering around up in that area by ourselves, my grandpa would get real pissed at us because some of the driveways, you get up to a certain point on them and they have signs that are just big old like gun pictures, like we'll shoot on sight.
Yep.
Right? No N words allowed, blah, blah, blah. And I remember seeing that as a kid and just being like, what the hell? You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Because I've never been raised to look at any like other person any differently than I would look at myself in the mirror.
Right.
Or whatever. And so for me it's always been foreign, but my very first boyfriend was Hispanic.
Mm-hmm.
And we went to pick my brother up from the school. He was living with my grandparents for a while. We went to pick him up from the school in the town that they lived in, and they wouldn't let my boyfriend drive onto the school property
No shit.
Wow.
because he was Hispanic.
Yeah, I believe it.
Like, and so I remember asking my grandparents about it, and they were like, wait, what driveway did you go up? And we told them, they're like, never again. Don't ever do it again. They lost a dog, right? They don't care. If something's on their property that they don't want there, shoot to kill. Like,
Go.
so I just remember growing up scared of certain driveways, and it's all clan members. Like they actively like wave it proudly. Like it's insane.
Yeah, I wouldn't figure that for Oregon. I mean,
Oh yeah.
I know that okay, so a lot of people associate that kind of shit with the South, right?
Right.
But there's a
Yeah, but
huge
like
story.
I said, Oregon is a lot more country than people give it credit for.
Oh yeah, I
And
imagine
that might be why some of that like movement has come here or has been here maybe under the radar. It's because nobody suspects it.
Yeah. Well, what
Okay.
is it? At one point in time, 98% of northern Idaho, resident wise, were all skinhead Nazis.
Damn.
Yes, yes. In fact, so parts of Oregon right over there too. Eastern Oregon along the border, right? The Washington, Oregon, Idaho border. There's a huge community there too.
You can go down probably to this very day. I haven't seen it since I was in Alabama, and that's been a very long time ago. But just outside of Montgomery, Alabama, the capital, is the KKK camp. Okay. It's huge. Very, very huge. They've got the guard towers, the barbed wire fence all the way around it. I took a friend of mine down there who was black because he didn't believe it. So I took him to show him. And you go up to the gate and they welcome you in. They walked him around, toured him around the place, showed him the firing range, fed him lunch, broke bread with the guy. And after the whole damn tour was over, we go back outside that gate. They slam it shut and looked at him and says, now listen here, you N-word. This is the one and only time you get to look at any of this and still be breathing in the end. Just know this, we're coming for you.
God
Crazy.
damn.
They are bold and brazen about it.
Mm-hmm.
That just kills me.
Let's
True
see
story.
here.
Well, I know that as far as hey, what's going on there, DJ?
Yeah, so here, right here, Mount Hood National Forest, the Tartan clan is one of the biggest presences up there since the 20s.
Mhm.
They've been up there in that part of the woods.
Mm-hmm.
See, we used to and this you can look this shit up on, because this was a huge turning point in Indiana history. See, part of our education when we grew up is we had to take a whole state history class, right? And you had to pass it. It was required for you to graduate.
Right.
And they have a section in there where in the it was like the 1920s and 30s, because it's right there towards the end of the Great Depression into all the other kind of stuff, right? Or right there at the beginning of the Great Depression, I could say. So they're talking about like the 1920s and 30s. At one point in time, the largest population of Klan members were in Indiana. We were bigger than any state in the South or anything like that, right?
Yep.
So, but the way they pitched it up there is they kind of pitched it to the folks then that, hey, this is a good old boy get together system, blah 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 blah. That's how they would pitch it to people.
Mm-hmm.
They were trying to make it seem like it wasn't as bad as, oh yeah, it's the same thing, but it's not as bad as those folks down there in the South type shit, right?
Right.
So that's how they would get a lot of people to sign up up in Indiana, right? Well, we had a case, and it was DC Stevens versus Madge Oberholzer. Okay. And basically what the case was, it was filed in federal court. And DC Stevens was what was he like? He was like a grand dragon or some shit like that. He basically ran the state of Indiana's Klan stuff, right?
Yeah, I
So
don't even know any of the titles and stuff, but grand something sounds.
well, it was. I just
high up.
remember in the class he wore like a purple rather than having like the traditional white. He had like the purple shit, right? And
Right.
he had some sort of weird ass title and all that kind of shit, because I remember the titles get fucking strange the further up that you got, right?
Mm-hmm.
And basically he was the head for all of Indiana. Okay. Well, what he had done is he came up from nothing, realized, hey, this is a way for me to get myself in with some really good people, political connections wise, right? So
Right.
he started to get in with these people, and I mean, we're talking, he was getting in with people that were running for governor, people who were running for state and national senate, people who were running for Congress, all that kind of stuff. Now, he had his eye on this lady. Her name was Madge Oberholzer. She was a married woman. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, he had come from nothing, but he had built up to where he had worked for everything that he had gotten, and he always got what he wanted in the end.
Right.
Well, he couldn't have her, and she made it very well known that he couldn't have her. Okay. Well,
So he made it his personal mission to ensure he got her, but
he not
At
only
her-
made it his personal
at her
mission,
own detriment, probably.
he not only made it his personal mission. What happened was railroad was coming through, and they were putting up some new rail lines. They kidnapped her. Took her all around the state on this train ride, brutally raped and murdered her. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
When they found the body, they found teeth marks that matched up with his that were inside the crotch areas and all kinds of stuff. I mean, just brutal, right? So now, at the risk of this sounding fucked up, the good thing about him from the business aspect, he kept paperwork on every fucking body.
Mhm.
I mean, everybody. If he donated to your campaign, he made you come in and sign paperwork saying that you owed him a favor and all that shit. So he gets caught, right? He gets busted. Well, he starts calling in these favors, and he says, hey, I'm in trouble. I have all this paperwork on you. If you don't help me out, I'm gonna have this shit released. I'm gonna have this shit released. Well, of course, all these fucking people, they're like, oh fuck no, they're trying to distance themselves from him, right?
Right.
So he left instructions to his manservant to, hey, when they hang me, because he got hung. This is still back in the days where you could hang somebody for murder. Okay.
Right.
So they have the trial. He's found guilty, of course. He tells his manservant, he goes, hey, the day they hang me, go to my bedroom, pick up the bed. There's a false bottom or something like that, or some shit underneath his bed, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a chest in there. I want you to release all that shit to the Indianapolis Star, which was the big paper in the state, right?
Right.
So freaking he goes, they hang him, his manservant goes, does what he's supposed to do, gets all the shit out, dumps this shit. Dude, he had paperwork on the governor going to KKK rallies, plotting to kill certain people. He had paperwork on the Indianapolis mayor. He had paperwork on congressmen. We're talking this completely upheaved the entire political structure in the state.
Mm-hmm.
Within 3 months of his execution, they went from having the most Klan members in the Klan, so to speak, of the day to having like less than a couple hundred. Because people just started saying, I'm out, I'm done, fuck this. This was not what they signed up for. This is that, da, 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 da. I mean, they had people turning in memberships. They had people saying, I want my money back. I mean, It was a huge deal. And it literally, for the state of Indiana, it basically killed all Klan movement at that point, way back in the 30s. Now, were there still
So
some
maybe
pockets
that's
of that
why
shit?
some of it started to migrate over. Maybe that's why some of it is in Oregon now. Maybe
Mhm.
they got out of Indiana, right, and moved somewhere less conspicuous.
Well, a
Yeah,
lot of
maybe.
them, from the historical accounts that they had on record, at least back when I took the class, which keep in mind this is like 20 some odd years ago, they said that a lot of them went down to Kentucky. No surprise on that one.
Right.
Okay. Quite a few of them went to Illinois, and then a lot of them started jumping and moving westward. So yeah, they could have ended up getting all the way to places like, especially when you're talking the time frame being like the 20s and 30s. It's very possible that they made that big jump.
Yeah.
But
I mean, why not? I mean, even now, a lot of people don't know about the Klan presence in the national forest, right? Like, unless I go telling people, even like typical Portland natives don't even know.
right.
Mhm.
Mhm.
A lot of Portland natives, it's crazy. I was just mentioning it. They don't even know about the Shanghai tunnels here in Portland.
Mm.
Are
I
you
remember
guys
talking
familiar
about
with the Shanghai tunnels?
Yeah,
you
in
told
fact,
us about them before. I remember.
in
Mhm.
fact, earlier today, just for the heck of it, I love the or the series Leverage. I happened to be watching the episode that was talking about the Shanghai tunnels
Yeah.
and the
So
history
those
behind them.
those were okay. So the major West Coast port cities, right? And Laird, I'm sorry I interrupted you. I'll go right back. But
Oh, you're fine.
all of the major U.S. port cities for the West Coast were in on it, right?
Yep.
So Seattle has Shanghai tunnels, but they're not as intricate or as in depth as the Portland ones.
Right.
San Francisco,
Yep.
right, has Shanghai tunnels. Portland's were the most vast, the most in depth, and Portland was the only city that had politicians, the mayor, the law enforcement, and everything in their pockets as much as they did.
Yes.
But it wasn't
True.
just for white slavery, because that's what it was. Okay. We want to talk about slavery in the United States. There, white people were affected by it too, right?
Mhm.
Like, and this
Yeah,
is
I've
the
got
only
ancestors
high
over
horse thing I ever jump on because it impacted somebody in my family generations back, right?
Yeah.
there. Mhm.
Oh,
People
my.
would get off their job up in the hills logging,
Mhm.
right? They would go into a bar to have a drink. The bar stool would kick out from underneath of them and they would end up down below, right?
Mhm.
And they would be beaten and their logging boots would be taken from them and they would be barefoot in these dark tunnels with glass all over on the floor because if they ever escaped, they would follow the blood trails,
Yeah.
right? Sardined in these little teeny tiny, like 8x8 holding cells. But it wasn't just men. The number one sex trafficking city, too,
Yes.
in the
Oh, that don't
United
surprise me.
States. They would kidnap women almost the same exact ways.
Mhm.
They would break them down below in the tunnels of their own cities, right?
Mhm.
And then ship them to the
Yep.
opposite coast.
Yep.
Oh, I know what you
Because if
mean.
they escape, they don't want them to go home.
Yeah. I mean, my grandfather on my mother's side come to Ellis Island in the early 1900s and spent 6 months in horrible conditions on Ellis Island. And then when he was released into the city of New
Because
York.
he came and they thought he was sick, right? They would hold people if they thought they were sick on
No,
Ellis Island.
well, it was just getting into the country and getting approved. They had so many immigrants at the time, but he was
Okay.
Irish. So there was 99% of the problem right there. And when
Okay.
they finally released him into the city, what he saw everywhere was no Irish need apply. He could not find work anywhere at all.
And
And
my
he
family's
ended up,
Italian, so it was the whole WAP thing. Like,
yeah,
it's
he
it's
had to,
crazy.
yeah, he had to go down to Florida and work with the railroad until World War One, when he went back to England and served with the Black Watch, gained his knighthood and the whole damn 9 yards over there. And then sometime just after World War II, he came back to this country. But that was my grandfather. And then on the other subject that you guys were into, out of all my history teachers, I can't remember any of them's name except one. And that was my freshman year of high school.
Mhm.
Coach Duke Manier. He was the assistant football coach and the Alabama history teacher.
Mhm.
And day one of that class, he walked in and he wrote his name on the board and he says, "I'm Coach Duke Manier. I am your Alabama history teacher. I am the assistant football coach. And the only reason why I'm even tolerating or teaching any of you colored folks is because the state forces me to.
Wow.
I will tell you no lies in this class. I will tell you all of the history from the
I can't.
beginning to the end in its truth and in its detail, and I will not leave anything out. His family was very huge slave owners. They had journals going back, way back, and he knew its entire history of the Atlantic slave trade all the way back to 1403 and the Portuguese, the ones who started it.
Yep.
To this
That
very
shit
day.
just pisses me off, though. Like,
Here, check this out. To this very day. I mean, this is how, and he had a serious face.
no,
Like
I get
he
it.
was-
I just cannot understand or wrap my mind around. I get it. If you were born that way and that's the only mindset you've ever known, I guess. But in the same breath, like that kind of hate and negativity and literally, and I run off facts and science. The only
Right.
reason skin color is what it is because your region's ability to fight off the rays of the sun. That's
Correct.
it. That is
That's
the
it.
only reason our
That's
skin
it.
color is any
different.
different or the same as the next person. That's
Correct.
it.
And the
Like,
even crazier thing on that real quick is
Just pisses
the
me off.
minuscule amount. It's like a 0.0000001% change. That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
It-
the other thing.
But he taught the entire history of it. And he had such a serious face. I mean, he always would take questions from white students over black students any day of the week.
Yeah, fuck him. I hope
Okay.
he died a terrible
And-
death choking on a bag of dicks 7
I don't
times
even know
over.
if I have no idea if he's still alive or not. I couldn't tell
Sorry.
you.
I fucking hate
I don't
like
blame
that.
you. But he was such an intense teacher that I still remember the numbers to this very day. America, 341,622 slaves bought. England, 2 million.2, as they put it. Arab countries, 4.5 million. And the winner, Brazil, at over 12 million slaves purchased.
Mm-hmm.
I know I know it better than most because of that man. But the one thing I will say about his class is I know there were a couple of students that were in there side by side with me that basically had his mindset, that by the end of the year, they no longer had that mindset.
Yeah.
It's because when you get down to brass tacks and you start paying attention to details, it's fucked.
Yeah.
I mean, the mindset and the like the theories and everything behind it, it's all fucked. Like what we did to Native Americans is fucked.
Yeah.
Okay. And what they taught me in school versus what I learned when I worked for the tribes, two polar opposite universes as far as facts and truths go.
Yeah.
Oh,
absolutely.
Well,
You know what I mean?
Find that on any
So-
subjects, really. But I mean,
Yeah. It's
and this is another reason why. So I push a lot of ancestry and family history work and all that kind of stuff. You know, that's how I found certain things about me and all that. And I mean, there's certain things that if you do that on a personal level, you do start to uncover some really weird national facts.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I'll be honest, I never thought in a million years when I started doing my history that I would find out that anybody in my history, especially coming to the United States, would have came here as slaves.
Right.
But I found out that my earliest ancestors, that's exactly how they came here. They
As
were
slaves.
Irish slaves. And then on my dad's side, which is where most of the Scottish stuff comes from, I found out that I think it's like great grandparent or whatever it is now. But I found out that the reason they came here is because they were Jacobites who fled Scotland after the Battle of Culloden. They were poor. They didn't have any other way. And they were some of the only white slaves that came across into North Carolina at that time.
Yep. Yeah,
So-
there's a lot of untold history. I mean, I get people that, look at me, black folks, and I got some great friends, don't get me wrong. They want to preach slavery. And I'm like, I laugh. And I'm
I
like,
have friends of all colors and shapes and everything too. And I'll tell you, some people I have known almost my whole entire life recently, like I've had to kind of keep at a distance because it's gotten to be
Yeah.
such heated conversations from people that know me, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That have decided almost overnight that all of a sudden my thoughts and my whatever, because they're not like theirs, are wrong, and that makes me racist. And that was never ever the case. Like it's just the assumptions. Our nation is divided in so many ways right now. It's not even funny.
Yeah. I mean, okay.
Oh.
So
And all we need
here's
to do is just listen to each other.
right. Here's what I know of my. Well, first of all, according to genetics, if you're white, you're Hebrew. End of story. There's no ifs, ands, nor buts about it. Right. Okay. So I know enough about my ancestry to know that on my dad's side, the Scottish side, we're tribe of Dan. And the tribe of Dan went into Scotland. So not only as Hebrews were we slaves, but in Scotland, for hundreds of years, what was divided England at that point, we were raped, pillaged, plundered, and treated as slaves. Then when the Romans came around, we were raped, pillaged, plundered, and treated as slaves. And then when the Romans left and England became a united country, the same thing was all over again. On the Irish side, well, my grandfather come here, and of course, he had no work at all. They were treated like shit. And yes, there were a lot of Irish indentured servants here in America. I have the story behind that one in just a moment. And then I have Native American, my great grandmother, who walked the Trail of Tears as a little girl and damn near died.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So all three sides of my family were slaves and servants, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now, just to bring that up, so Boston, Massachusetts, a black guy named John Carter and two unidentified Irish indentured servants escaped their master, returned 2 weeks later and stood trial. At this point in time in history, and this is the early 1753 or 54, I don't remember the exact year. At this point in time, there was only one difference between a slave and a servant. Slaves stayed on property. The servants went home. Beyond that, both were either slave or servant for exactly 20 years. Slaves were freed at the end of 20 years. Most people don't know this. And the first slaves in America were in the North, not the South.
Oh, yeah.
Is that really 20 years, though? Is that really? Because I feel like some people, there were multi-generations that were born and raised into it.
Well, he's also talking about Northern, too. Remember that?
Yeah. Now,
okay. And the only reason I'm asking is because I was like, I've done some extensive research, and I'm pretty sure I remember like reading about grandmothers and kids, and then like, yeah.
So, like I said, he's talking about Northern slavery. There is a difference between Northern slavery
and Southern.
slavery.
But Northern slavery changed it all the way around.
Mm-hmm.
So John Carter, the black man,
7 Years a Slave, dude, is such a powerful fucking movie. I have seen it a handful of times now. I cry every time.
It's a great movie.
It is incredible and heartbreaking, and yeah.
So, at any rate, John Carter, that was the name given to this black guy. They were captured and they stood trial. So the judge in Boston, Massachusetts, 1753 or 54, whichever year it was, declared the following. The two Irish indentured servants got an extra 5 years each before they could be released. And he looked right at John Carter and he determined then and there the ruling that a slave was to be a slave forever. And due to their ignorance, they could never be released. And that changed American law to say that a slave was no longer released after 20 years.
Yep. I remember this case.
Okay, it's starting to ring a bell. Yeah.
Yeah, very
so I was
famous.
like, wait a minute.
Yeah, that's the case that changed. Like he said, that's the case that changed the law forever.
Yes. And it does one thing. It's one of the earliest cases in American history that shows that just because you do something in one state and you set a precedent means trouble for the rest of the damn country.
That's such fucked up knowledge. I'm sorry.
It is fucked up knowledge. It's that case set the precedent for the entire United States at that time, which were only 13 states. right? Or
I can
13.
tell when I start to get pissed. I do this weird thing with my fingers.
Yeah.
There's no chocolate on them.
You know, the other thing that I hate to hear out of
happy.
people, this one annoys me the most is, and this comes from, you know, this even came out of my stepbrother's mouth, who's 100% black. You know, white people came here and stole the land. Motherfucker, no, they did not. First of all, 99% of the white people that came here in those early days, those things you call settlers, they did it for one of two reasons. They were either forced to, or B, they were given the choice: rot in prison down in the king's dungeon, King George III, or take your butt to the new land and take your chances.
Yep.
And settle it in his name. They did not come here of their own free will.
Mm-hmm.
They were told to get their asses here or rot in the dungeon.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people don't realize that both what we call the United States now and Australia was the same thing. Australia was a penal colony.
Yes, it was.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly the same thing. Everybody thinks, oh, the settlers came, they were rich white people that came over here and stole the land. No, there were a handful of them, yes, but that's not the bulk majority of the people that came here.
But not everybody was about the treaties. Not everybody was about the bartering in the same way. Like, that was specific groups that didn't speak for the masses. You know what I mean? Like, yes, what happened, but not everybody was involved in it or okay with it. They came here as well to get away from British rule, right?
Correct.
And they ended up, in a way, settling, and these groups that I'm talking about, settling and taking over in a very British way.
Yeah.
Like, you know, so.
Well, it's you got to remember, just psychologically, people go back to what they know. I mean, Alexander Hamilton, you know, fought in a Revolutionary War for years. Well, however many years, 4 or 5, whatever it was off the top of my head. Right. Anyways, but he fought in a Revolutionary War for years to escape a king. What was his first idea when they asked him what kind of government they should establish? He wanted George Washington to be King George Washington. He wanted another king.
Yep.
So
he wanted another king because that's
something that they've been indoctrinated into believing and thinking and everything most of their lives. That, like, you want to change, but you want to come here and stay with the same mindset. That's not how it works.
Right.
So
we separated, despite what that 1907 or whatever the hell it is project teaches, because that's a bunch of bullshit and a lie. Oh, we left England because we wanted to keep slavery. No, that's not why the hell we left England. We left England because we were tired of King George III's reach into this country, taking people's money away from them, taking their land away from them, et cetera, et cetera. Right. But when we formed this country, our founding fathers looked at it and said, well, hey, we can use this thing called a republic, but now we can use what, the taxes too, as well, knowledge. We can use this thing that the Romans had, that thing called democracy and a Senate. Mm-hmm. And so they formed it. But that was the only two new things. A lot of people don't know this. They don't think about it. Well, they know it, but they don't think about it.
Right.
The rest of it was already there. Yep. It's all they knew. So let's put this in perspective. What do you have? You have an American flag that represents our government, and each state has its own little flag. So let's go back to Europe. You had all your lords who had their individual flag that came together under the king's banner.
Mm-hmm.
They have a sheriff. We called it a sheriff. They had a constable. We called it a constable. Mm-hmm. Everything else was taken from there.
Yep.
It's all modeled after something. Nothing that
the only difference that they really brought on to the table is it would not be ruled off of a monarchy. Like,
it's ruled off a republic with a democratic
Senate.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And a republic is ruled by laws, not by the masses. You got to remember that as well.
And we're not even a true democracy.
No, we're not.
There's only one true democracy on the entire planet.
I'm waiting on that answer because I'm looking at something else.
If I remember right, Sweden.
Yeah.
To be a true democracy, you have no elected officials and the people vote on everything.
Mm-hmm.
We are not a true democracy. We have the elected officials who vote on
I'll tell you what we should
vote on everything else. Well, I won't necessarily agree that that's how it should be.
No, it's
Well,
not.
I'm saying
I
for
will
people
say,
to argue the way that they do, right? We should be, if that's the case, if that's what they want.
I will say this. I think that our biggest issue is we have gotten, once again, we have fallen into this whole two-party political system, and that is really what's killed it. If you look at
We need to change that for sure.
if you look at the first, I would say, and Lab, you might know more about this. If you look at, I think it was the first 10, maybe even 15 presidential elections, you had Whig Party, Federalist Party, Democratic Republican Party, which was by Jefferson. You had you had like 9 different parties that were vying for that seat. Okay.
Yes.
I mean, and today, because of such a stranglehold, and I mean, hell, there's laws that are written about this, which I don't think should be allowed, but
Right.
there are laws written about this that basically limit it to a two-party system.
Right.
Okay.
And
I mean,
it's technically a system that's no longer needed.
no,
Nope.
not a
Like-
two-party, no.
We have
So-
evolved beyond.
We've evolved way beyond any of that. It was great in the beginning, to
Yeah.
set up because
It
you
made
had
sense in the beginning. It
Yeah,
no
you had-
longer makes sense.
right.
Mhm.
In the beginning you had the Whig Party and the Democratic Republican Party. That's what you had. And then the Whig Party went away and it became with Lincoln, it became the Democrat and the Republican, right? And you had independent as well. And
Mhm.
independents could compete in the national debates all the way up to Ross Perot, and Ross Perot fucked that one over. So independents are no longer allowed in the debates, right?
Yep.
But this idea of the way it is structured was great in the beginning. Nowadays, reality, the House of Representatives should not even exist. It should have been done
A
away
lot of
with.
shit just doesn't apply anymore.
No, it should have been done away with 50 years ago.
And
50 years ago,
keeping your spot in office your entire fucking life too. For
Oh, I'm
me,
huge,
like that
huge on
shit
terms.
is so beyond me and ridiculous. It's not even funny because I'm telling you, my stepdad is much older than my mother, right? And
Mhm.
his generation, his mindset, his thinking does not reflect current times. Therefore, how he thinks things should be handled during current times are so old school and outdated, and this is exactly what goes on with our Senate and with all of that. Like,
Yeah.
we have to evolve.
I'm a huge proponent of term limits. Now, I'm not going to say I disagree with not having the House and the Senate. I think that having that kind of system is fine.
But I think it should be a term.
But it should be
no
a term
different.
limited thing.
Yep.
And here's my thing. I mean, whether you agree with the guy politically or not, Ted Cruz every fucking session submits the same term limit bill, and his
Yes.
term limit bill makes absolute sense.
It does.
It makes room for people who, if you do want to be a career politician, there's a way to do it, but you're not going to keep your same fucking seat for 40 years. You've
Right.
got to work to get somewhere else in order to maintain that. His
Right.
bill, breaking it down into layman's terms, his bill, 12-year terms for both houses. You get 12 years in the Senate, you get 12 years in the House. Okay. You still keep your 2-year election cycles with your House representatives, but once they hit 12 years, they're done. In the
Right.
Senate, they do 6-year terms. You get elected senator twice, you're done. Now, that doesn't ban you from ever being in Congress again. If you're a representative and you do your 12 years, you can jump and try to become a senator for your state.
Right.
Or if you're a senator for 12 years, you can jump and be a representative for your area.
There's a way
wherever
to be
you
a
live.
lifetime politician without being.
Yeah, so
Right,
it
right,
still
yeah,
makes room for people who have that drive to want to be a politician for that long, but it doesn't keep you in the same seat, which, if you think about it, takes away the whole purpose of gerrymandering. Because why would you gerrymander an area if you're not going to be there, or if you're not trying to solidify your seat for 30 fucking years?
Right.
I mean,
Right.
if you ever get the chance, look up Texas District 35. That's my district. Okay.
Mhm.
And look at how that fucker is drawn. It makes absolutely no sense
Of
unless
course.
you're trying to maintain a seat for a particular political party.
Right.
Okay.
I believe it.
And
I
that,
believe
and I know we're not the only district, but if you look at that thing, there is not one representative on either side of that aisle that can say, well, that wasn't drawn up to keep a Democrat in seat. Bullshit, it wasn't.
Yeah, right.
Because you can look at it and see it.
And see,
I mean,
that's where that Republican Democrat needs to go away.
exactly.
Period.
Yep.
There should just be one party, period, end of quote. A politician is a politician is a politician.
Politician, right.
But then if you're going to
But you're allowed to think and feel and blah 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 blah. Like
Right.
it's that's the problem I have with everything is it's either you have to think and feel this way or you have to think and feel this way.
Right.
And
that's
no
I'm
matter
saying. You
what,
need to-
somebody's going to feel a certain way about it.
Right. Now, if you keep the House, you have to get rid of the Senate to make things actually work. If you keep the Senate, you have to get rid of the House. And you can see this, like you can watch C-SPAN on any given day. And I watch it a lot.
Mhm.
You know, the House, now they're representing their little districts in the state, right? All over the place. And they went to their people while they were there and not in DC. And well, their people in their neighborhood said, we want this. And it just so happens that neighborhoods across the country agreed with it. So the House say,
Hold
Okay.
on. We need to go back to our video games.
go back to what?
Well, no, Jeff's right though. I mean, with this kind of devolved, and I will say devolved
yeah.
into a
Yeah.
politics thing, but
It
you
did,
missed,
it did. And
you
it
missed
didn't
the
start
biggest
that
part
way.
of our show, Jeff.
You
If
did miss the
a
biggest
little
part.
earlier, you would have saw us talk about all kinds of crazy shit. But here
Yeah, it's
towards the
been an
end, we're
interesting
actually
night.
over. We're actually over. We're 20
Yeah, we're
minutes
actually
over
over.
our 4-hour limit that we usually put ourselves on.
And we're going to shut it down here in just a minute. But at any rate, you see it, you know, to pass the House, but then it gets over to the Senate and they say, no, screw it.
Oh yeah.
And vice versa. And
Yeah.
so the people themselves, we're the only ones who suffer out of all of this. And being force fed, you have to be one party or the other.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It needs a complete overhaul.
I think I'm good with the lower and upper chamber type thing, but I will agree that I think the political party shit needs to fucking go, because I think that if you got rid of the political party shit, then I don't think you having a higher or a lower house or a lower chamber, whatever. I don't think that would really make that much of a difference if you're not sitting there arguing over, well, how many seats are on the left, how many seats are on the right, because then the fucking seats wouldn't matter.
Yeah, the seats wouldn't matter anymore.
So I mean,
All I care about is I pay my taxes, right?
mhm.
I'm a law-abiding citizen, right?
Yep.
I do what I'm supposed to, what I'm asked to do, whatever. I am just tired of a nation that's divided.
Same here.
That's all that like I could ever really say. And that's the only point that I could ever try to make. Gone are the days where you can have discussions.
Yep.
Right. And
Mhm.
and not feel personally attacked, or somebody feels personally attacked or whatever. Like
Right.
So
wanna pay my
in closing,
taxes.
in closing, I can say I agree with you guys. I agree with Yellow Cake. Policy, not party. Get rid of the party.
Right.
Yep.
I agree.
All right, guys, we're actually over our schedule, but
We
as
went on a tangent.
Masticators Anonymous for this week, you guys can tune in next Wednesday, 7:30 p.m. Pacific, 8:30 Mountain, 9:30 Central, 10:30 Eastern for more of the same masticating and chewing the fat.
Mm-hmm. But also, don't forget, tomorrow night we still have Dual DJ Live.
If
So
I'm
you
awake,
hear some music, yeah. If God wakes up, so
if
but
I'm
just
awake
don't
or the
forget.
internet's not going.
Well, hell, that's been all of our problems. It seems this
Yeah,
week.
mine has been fluctuating all night.
Yeah,
Mine's actually been fairly decent. I mean, I've had a few where it's been kind of pixelated, but other than that, it's been pretty decent.
yeah, mine's been
All right,
good all night tonight. It behaved itself for tonight. I don't guarantee tomorrow night. It
Mhm.
is Cox cable, so what do you?
Fucking Cox. Can't ever
Stupid
trust Cox.
dicks.
Yeah. All
Can't
right,
ever
guys.
trust
For
Cox.
now, I'm Lab.
I'm Rianne.
And I'm the Laird, and we'll see you next week, same time, same channels.
Later.